Hey, good morning once again, everybody. So, first off, uh, we don't have any active weather here in West Central Missouri. I am going live mainly for those that might be commuting up to the Kansas City area, for friends and family up into the Kansas City area, in which I have several family members up into the Kansas City area. So I wanted to make sure I I go live and make sure that we get information out to them as well. So we are still probably a good couple hours away from this line of thunderstorms to affect West Central Missouri. However, I'm going to go ahead and continue to be live and bring updates on this line of storms as it becomes closer into West Central Missouri. So we have a very intense line right now that is ongoing, and of course it's surface based, meaning that the potential for very strong straight line winds, 80 mile an hour plus, and then of course along this line that potential for a tornado. So we do have severe thunderstorms that are moving in across the state line up in northwest and upper west central Missouri, up into Platte County area, eventually over into Wyandotte and Jackson County. So, want to make sure that our friends, relatives, those that are commuting up in that area, I know there are several shifts that begin at 5 o'clock up in Kansas City. People commute from Clinton up to Kansas City. They'll be leaving about this time. So wanted to make sure that that we have all the bases covered on this storm system. So it is packing a big punch right now. It's not expected to let up any. So we are really watching this area up here coming into Platte County, into areas such as Platte City, Smithville, Kearney, Excelsior Springs, St. Joe. It has gone past you guys. Leavenworth, Lansing, a lot of areas up here in North Kansas City have a lot of factories. I want to make sure everybody gets the information. It is 3:30. I don't get local Kansas City news. I do not know if they are live on TV right now covering these storms, but I want to make sure that we have at least some coverage of these storms for our friends and family up north. So, or later, Misty. It could even be closer to 8 a.m. Depends on how these storms right now are taking more of a northeast track. If they begin to take more of an easterly track, they'll get here a little bit earlier. So again, we're still a ways out before any activity here in West Central Missouri, but definitely want to make sure that we cover, even for our friends and family up north in the KC metro area. And then, of course, as this line begins to get a little closer to West Central Missouri, we're going to kind of zone in and focus on West Central Missouri. But again, I'm not sure how much coverage that they are giving this in the Kansas City area, so I want to make sure everybody is in the know. And coming in here to Platte County in this area right here on my other software program, I've got several screens that I have up here in the Weather Center that I'm monitoring on different platforms. One of them I take a look at rotational tracks, and keeping a very close eye up here right outside of Smithville and up here just north of Trimble. That is going to be for this cells right up in here. We're going to be watching, and of course these things are spinning like a top right now. We've got a low-level jet 70-80 miles per hour closer to the surface, just a few hundred feet off the ground, and then we also have winds really kicking in up above us at several thousand feet above our head. So this thing is really spinning like a top as this line moves through. That's the reason for that uptick in the potential to see a few spin up tornadoes along this line, is because of that. So I want to make sure that that we keep everybody in the know, as you know, even with 80-90 mile per hour winds, you know, that's going to do a lot of damage. We want to make sure we get word out for everybody. So they did extend out that severe thunderstorm warning, and for the next 40 minutes, a bunch of counties. It's over a very broad area, and that's what we'll likely see with a lot of these warnings that come out today, because it is such a long line. It's going to encompass a lot of counties. This one here is going to be for Leavenworth, Buchanan, Davies, Clinton, Clay County, Ray County, Caldwell, Platte, and DeKalb counties. All of them up here pretty much in northwestern Missouri right now. But biggest threat right now is going to be for the potential to see very strong straight line winds out ahead of this line of storms. So if they aren't awake yet in Smithville, Platte City, Lathrop, Kearney, they will be very soon. They are going to be very noisy storms as they come in. I'm live on everything, Misty. I'm currently watching my YouTube stream over here on this stream. Yeah, I'm live on all my platforms right now. I just want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to be able to catch on what's going up here in northwest Missouri. We have a pretty good little hail core just south of Oskaloosa, Kansas. This is west of Tonganoxie. They are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, this will be moving closer over to the Wyandotte, Jackson County area here within the next 45 minutes or so. The biggest threat with these storms up here in Platte County, around Smithville, Platte City, Leavenworth, Plattsburgh, Cameron, Stewartville, is going to be for those strong straight line winds to 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. And if anybody on Facebook or YouTube that's watching this stream, look like we've got, most people are still sleeping right now, I believe. As we only have about 50, 60 people in our streams right now. But if you would, go ahead and make sure you like the video. If you're on YouTube, make sure you give it a thumbs up. The way Facebook and YouTube use their algorithm, the more likes they get, the more that video is pushed up to the top so more people can actually see it. So we want more people to be notified that there is a live stream out there covering these storms here in KC. Hi, Jess. Oh, probably somewhere around, I'm guessing the 7, 8 o'clock time frame. So I am I'm watching a whole bunch of information here, guys. Of course, I've got a couple of software packages that I have up monitoring all of the rotational tracks. Of course, we have radar up. I'm in constant communication with the National Weather Service, and so I've got a lot of things that I'm looking at any given time. So I'll try to get to any of your questions when I can. They did go ahead and issue a severe thunderstorm warning for Wyandotte County, parts of Jackson County. So those of you up there, they also issued that for Johnson County, Kansas as well. So, and this is going to be for mainly for the strong straight line winds. That's what you're looking at right here. And this one here is going to be for Wyandotte, Leavenworth, Johnson, in east central Kansas, and then we got southwestern Clay, southeastern Platte, and northwestern Jackson County in west central Missouri until 4:15. So that's for this area right up in here. So these storms are going at a pretty good clip. They're going about 60, 56, so between 55 and 60 miles per hour is how fast these storms are moving. So very, very fast moving storm. We've got a lot of winds at the lower atmosphere associated with the low level jet, and typically they kind of kick in toward the the evening time. That's when the upper atmosphere cools down, yet the ground is still warmer, and there's the difference of air pressure that creates a wind effect. And of course, that helps aid in the development of thunderstorms and helps in the aid of severe thunderstorms as well. But down here, what the radar is picking up, there's anywhere between 60, 70 mile per hour winds that maybe not all hitting the surface right now, because of course, the further away you go from radar, a little bit higher of angle, because the Earth is round, a little bit higher up into the storm that radar beam is hitting. So it's not catching what is right on the surface, but it's catching what's up there a few hundred feet above our head. So maybe not all of that is reaching the ground, but during these intense rains with these storms, the rain with the downward motion of that rain hitting the surface draws some of those stronger winds a little bit closer to the surface. So definitely a big threat out there is going to be strong straight line winds as we go through the course of this morning. So we do have a little bit of a couplet right up here. This is going to be right by Weatherby Lake, is what I'm looking at right now. I'm going to split my screen here if it's going to let me. Really lagging with just go with one screen here. Right in here, this is area of interest right now. We've got about 91 mile per hour winds. Now that's kind of shifted off to the east a little bit. But we definitely have some rotation. All of these storms are rotating. You see these little pockets of rotation. Now that can tell us that there's likely hail associated, because what happens, in order for hail to form, you have to have strong updrafts, and you typically have to have a strong thunderstorm. You're going to have those rotational tendencies of these storms in order for it to put down hail. So sometimes you have to kind of distinguish whether or not these are, how high, how low in the atmosphere these winds are. Is it just associated with hail, or is it a possibility of maybe a little spin up tornadoes? So that's the reason why I have to use multiple programs, so that I can keep a pretty good eye on what's going on. But these storms are spinning. We do have a lot of wind associated with it. That's why it makes it very, very tough. And it's going to make it really tough for the National Weather Service as well to get warnings out. These likely will not be long-tracked tornadoes, big powerhouse tornadoes. These are going to be little spin-ups that could provide winds up to similar to an EF0, maybe an EF1, maybe 90 to say 110 mile an hour, somewhere in there. They can do a lot of damage, but typically they don't last very long. So they're really tough sometimes to find on radar. Hi, Brenda. Probably somewhere in neighborhood, Brenda X. When will it be in Sedalia? Right now, based on the speed of these storms, it's going to get there pretty quick. I'm guessing probably somewhere in neighborhood around 8 a.m. or so. Could be a little bit later than that, but right now it's looking like probably close to 8, maybe 8:30 a.m. So kind of show you guys how these things are really spinning, so to speak. This program here shows us where the rotation tracks are, and it is just absolutely loaded up with rotation tracks all the way up and down that line. So that's kind of telling you right there that this is a lot of these storms are going to be spinning. They're going to be providing focus for hail, strong straight line winds, and of course always paying attention to a possible spin up variation of a tornado. So So we, one of the reasons, and again, I am live this morning. Um, we are going live a little bit early right now, and the main reason is because like I said, I do not watch Kansas City or Springfield local channels. I don't know what they're covering. I know there's a lot of people here in our area commute back and forth to Kansas City for a 5 or 6 or 7 a.m. commute. So I want to make sure that our friends, family, and friends that are commuting back and forth, that they are up to date with what's going on up here in the KC Metro, North Kansas City area. And again, guys, I'll repeat, we're on here early. We're still several hours away from anything coming into West Central Missouri. So we're primarily focused on these storms up here in the KC Metro area. For those that might be commuting back and forth, we're still a good couple 3 hours away from affecting parts of Bates, Henry, St. Clair, Benton, Pettis. It's probably going to be likely around the 8-9 a.m. time frame before it affects them. Cass County, maybe parts of Bates County, we might be looking maybe around the 7 a.m. time frame. But we're still several hours away from West Central Missouri. But we're focusing on these storms up here in North Kansas City and KC Metro area. Make sure that our friends, family, those that are commuting back and forth, maybe getting off of the third shift, make sure they know what's going on, because I do not know how well that the Kansas City metro areas, if they're covering it live on TV, I don't know, but making sure everybody's kind of in the know. And again, all of the KC metro area, a big chunk of West Central Missouri is under a tornado watch because of this line of storms through 10 a.m. this morning. So this is a little bit different than what we've seen on some of these other lines that have pushed through. This line, many of these cells are rotating. So we want to make sure that they want to make sure that the bases are covered, that this is a little bit more of a setup for what they call quasi-linear tornadoes. These are weak, short-lived, spin-up variation type of tornadoes. They typically do not last very long, and they're relatively weak. Typically at EF0, EF1 potential on this. They don't last. Some of them might only last a minute. Some of them might just come down, touch down, go back up to the cloud. Some of them might stay on for 5 minutes or so. But we want to make sure that everybody is well aware that these type of conditions, ingredients that we have is a little bit higher tornadic potential than what our typical line of storms that come through our area. That's one of the reasons why they put us under a tornado watch versus a severe thunderstorm watch. Mainly because of that little bit higher threat to see a couple tornadoes along this line. So far, we have not seen any potential of tornadoes here along this line. There's several areas of rotation. I'm watching very closely up on my other monitors But right now, nothing is really sticking out as far as for that potential of a tornado along the leading edge of this line as of yet. So one thing I am noticing though, you guys see this green line right here from Kearney down to, what is that, DeSoto, I guess, that little green line out in front. That is what's called the gust front. Okay, so typically whenever you see a gust front, the tornado potential really goes down, because that's going to be kind of rain cooled air that is flowing out ahead of that line. And so anything that might want to take on a tornadic characteristic out here in front of the line, it will be choked off from this rain cooled air that it tries to suck up into itself to help create that spin. And so instead of it actually breathing in warm, moist air, it's breathing in cool air into that system, and it chokes itself out. So that's actually pretty good news for this area, especially as it's coming into the metro KC and more heavily populated areas, is the fact that this gust front is forming. And sometimes that is a precursor to maybe weakening storm just a little bit as well. So that's good news. Yeah, I'm starting to see that gust front kind of extend its way all the way down. So that could be very good news for the tornado threat if the trend continues as this line slowly makes its way a little bit further south into west central Missouri. We could see a weakening line of thunderstorms where the tornado risk is not all that impressive as it comes into west central Missouri. So that's the great news of seeing a gust front beginning to take shape ahead of this line. Now, of course, this part of the line down here does not have a gust front associated with it. So, we're just going to have to watch and see the trends. That's what I called nowcasting last night. I know I used that term a lot. But a lot of times, conditions and ingredients are all right there. We know it, but we just don't know how these storms are going to react in that atmosphere that they're in. So really, we kind of have to wait till the storms initiate, kind of see how they're acting. Are they weakening? Are they strengthening? How are they interacting with that atmosphere? And then we can determine a little bit better on what we can expect. So seeing a gust front out ahead of this line is very encouraging. So one thing to note, you guys see where this little clearing is right here? So where that clearing is, we also have another one right down here by Bonner Springs. Sometimes that's indicative of, and especially right behind the gust front, that's sometimes indicative of a downburst or a microburst. When you don't have any of the lifting going on, it's finally just letting all that wall of water drop to the surface, and because of that, once that water hits the ground, it had nowhere else to go but outwards, and you get like a microburst effect here in this area. So that, and of course some of this, in microbursts you can have winds up to 110 miles per hour. But something that I'm noticing here on the last couple of frames here. Hey, Cadova. Yeah. Yeah, I think my body thinks that sometimes I don't sleep either. So we do have that gust front that's moving through Wyandotte County, parts of North Kansas City, and and then right behind that gust front is where you can also see that big influx, that big push of air as well. So if you are up in this area, you'll get a gust front that will blow in really, really fast, and then a little bit of a pause. Then you'll get like a secondary push of air and wind that will come through, and then torrential rainfall right after that. So now that gust front is extending down past Ottawa. So this is very good news so far. That's not saying this gust front will continue over the next couple hours, but what's nice about a gust front is the fact that it really lessens the chance of any spin up tornadoes, because that's rain cooled air, and anything that wants to maybe try a little circulation, a little spin up tornado will actually suck in some of that cool air versus the warm moist air down to the southeast, and it will choke itself out. So tornado threat goes down, but the threat of very, very strong straight line winds obviously is still there. But the tornado threat goes down considerably when you see that gust front. So that's very, very good news. I'm going to grab me another cup of coffee, guys. I'll be right back. They did extend out that severe thunderstorm warning up here from North Kansas City out towards Kearney, Lawson, Braymore, Chillicothe, Chula, We have some members there just south of Chillicothe, Trenton, Gallatin. And again, that's going to be for 60 mile per hour or greater winds along the leading edge of this line here. That gust front is just now making its way into downtown KC. And again, you'll get a brief gust of strong winds, could be 40, 50 miles per hour, and then a little break, and then another gust of wind, and then torrential rainfall, maybe hail on the backside of that. So looks like that gust front stretching from Liberty down to Pleasant Valley, North Kansas City, down to Shawnee, and on down just south of DeSoto, Kansas. Good morning, Derek. Greg. Greg sent me a message earlier this morning on the live stream from our first live stream. And then I think he realized, oh crap, he's not live. And so I responded back to him. But yeah, I am live now for sure, Greg. So I've noticed we've had about another 20 or so people jump on the stream. It's getting 4 o'clock. Some people are starting to get up and about. So if we are a few hours away from these storms affecting west central Missouri. The reason why I chose to go live a little bit early, because we have a lot of people here in the area that commute back and forth from Kansas City to some of the factories. Some of them are getting off third shift. Want to make sure that our friends, family up there in the KC metro area, North Kansas City area, as well as those that are commuting back and forth, are aware of the weather situation. I don't watch local Kansas City or Springfield news. I don't know if they're covering it right now, but just want to make sure everybody is in the know. Since I was up anyway, I thought I'd go ahead and go live. But again, we are still, we're still, a good 2 hours away from these storms affecting west central Missouri. So you've got plenty of time if you need to get some coffee in you, if you need to go take your morning shower, which I took a shower about a little before 3 a.m. to kind of wake myself up a little bit. So another thing that I had mentioned, if you're just joining the stream, in situations like this, when we have an entire line moving very, very fast, we still have a very strong low-level jet that is out there 50, 60 miles per hour closer to the surface. We get a lot of spin in the atmosphere. So looking at another program that I utilize, it actually monitors rotational tracks. Okay, I'm going to bring that over here real quick, and you can see there's so many rotational tracks associated with this line of storms. So we know that they're all spinning right now. And in situations like that, typically your tornado threat goes up for the little, what they call quasi-linear spin-up tornadoes. They don't last very long. They're relatively weak, and they will form along the leading edge of this line. But the good news that here over the last about 20 minutes, we had what's called a gust front develop, and that's this green line that you see all the way down through here. Okay, so what happens? That is rain cooled air. So if you have, say, let me jump over here to my pen. If you have a little area that wants a little spin up, it's going to try to draw in moisture and warm air into it to help fuel it a little bit. Okay, well, what happened? You get a gust front out here. Now it's not drawing in warm air, it's actually drawing in that cool air, and it will choke itself out. So the tornado threat goes extremely low along the leading edge of that line. So that is very, very good news that maybe the tornado threat is dropping considerably along the leading edge of this line. Now, that doesn't mean we can't get microbursts or strong straight line winds 70, 80 miles per hour. That's still going to be a big threat. But the tornado threat along the edge of this line, especially up here on this northern edge here, is, I believe, is really shrinking right now because of that gust front. So that's a very good thing. We did just have yet another extension to severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to encompass all of the KC metro area, Jackson County, Johnson County. This is going to include Blue Springs, KC metro, Buckner, Independence, and then, probably eventually here over the next 45 minutes, the rest of Jackson County. But right now, Independence, Blue Springs, Green Valley, you guys going to notice a gust front come through, and you're going to get a big influx of winds that will hit you 30, 40 miles per hour, and then a little break, and then another gust, and then, of course, you'll have very, very heavy rains and the possibility of some hail as well. Hey, glad to have you. Thanks for subscribing. I'm only on my first pot of coffee, believe it or not. So I did take a shower. That helped. I took a cold shower, so that kind of helped revive me a little bit. But I might have to take another one here before too long. Jay Lee, again, thank you for being a new subscriber. Where are you located at? Are you in the KC Metro, West Central Missouri? Catherine said Channel 4 has been covering it all night pretty much. Good. Good. So KSHB, Channel 41 in Kansas City, even though I do not watch them locally, they're going to have, you might be paying attention to that here in the next week or so, as a big announcement is going to be happening up there at KSHB and the weather department. So I encourage you guys to keep up with what's going on there at the weather department at KSHB 41. So it's right on your doorstep right now, um, Dakota, there at Excelsior Springs. So it's right on your doorstep right now. And again, kind of what we just spoke about here just a little bit ago about that gust front. So luckily that gust front has just passed you. So the chances of anything tornadic where you're at there, Excelsior, is very, very low, because that line of storms is pushing in that rain-cooled air from that outflow from this leading edge, this green line that you see. So that's good news. Now you can still expect winds 60, 70 miles per hour and maybe some hail out of this here in Excelsior Springs. Oh, great, Jay Lee. So you guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning for Ottawa. Looks like we have a couple of you guys in here from Ottawa. So and again, the biggest threat right now, strong straight line winds. If you heard me talking about that outflow that is beginning, that gust front, so to speak, that's this green line right here. And notice it's trying to extend its way all the way down through Ottawa. And that's a good thing. Okay, that really lessens the tornado potential of any spin-ups along the leading edge of the line. So you're going to be getting this chunk of thunderstorms that's going to be moving into the Ottawa area. And of course, it does look like there's quite a bit of lightning. There's also that potential for 1-inch hail with this as well. And let's take a look if there's any hail cores here. So we do have a pretty good hail core. What you want to look for on this particular radar image are going to be the grays, the whites. Those are pretty much symbols of probably at least 1/4 inch, which is 1-inch size hail. So look like right down here by Neosho Rapids, Hartford, there is a rather small hail core that's going on right there. So that has the potential to bring some 1/4 size hail. But the biggest threat is going to be for those strong straight line winds. Look like winds right now. Let me go maybe to a little closer radar site, get a better look. So nothing too impressive right now along this line. It's going to sound horrible when this thing comes through. It's going to be very, very loud. You're going to have a gust front, and then of course you're going to have a nice big push, 30, 40 mile an hour winds, and then torrential rain coming right after that. So but you are still under next 42 minutes for 1-inch hail, 60 miles per hour wind for Ottawa. Oh, Jay Lee, you're in Ottawa, Illinois. I'm sorry, hon. I was thinking Ottawa, Kansas. Now, we do have Lindy. She's from Ottawa, Kansas, I believe. You're Ottawa, Illinois. Actually, I've been through Ottawa, Illinois. Went to a Sports Collector National Convention in Chicago. and we went through Ottawa. So yeah, I know exactly where that is. So yeah, you're going to be kind of under the gun this afternoon there in Illinois. I definitely encourage you to follow Torcon, Torcon, Facebook, YouTube channel. As I am a CEO, this is a national coast to coast full service weather team. We have storm spotters, we have radar techs, we have social media experts. So definitely check out Torcon WX team on Facebook and follow our pages. We will be going live. We will have a couple storm chasers around in that area later on this afternoon. Well, Uncle Timmy finally woke up after the storm moved through Smithville. Here I am getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to warn them of storms. He decided to roll out of bed after the storms. Still coming down pretty good up there in Smithville, but the worst part of it is now past you. You bet, Jay Lee. Remember, follow our Torcon. We're going to be going live this afternoon. We'll be covering your area, so make sure you give us a follow on Facebook. That Torcon, TORCONWX team on Facebook. Night, night, Tim. Good morning, Rochelle. Right now, we're kind of anticipating probably sometime between the 6 to 9 a.m. time frame. We're still a few hours out before it starts affecting parts of west central Missouri. Big shout out to our sponsors of this Storm Track weather update, and that's going to be Max Motors and Clayton Heartfelt Home Care, and of course, they have been a part of Storm Track for quite some time. They're just recently back, of course, that time of year, and that is going to be family safe storm shelters. They're down in Republic, Missouri, down around Springfield. If anybody is thinking about the potential to maybe want a safe room or an underground storm shelter, these are your hometown people that can help you guys out. So again, that is family safe, certified storm shelter in Republic, Missouri. Thank you three very much for sponsoring Storm Track Weather. You guys are the ones that pay my salary. So very thankful for Radford Media Group as well. They give me an opportunity to be able to get the word out on many more platforms on social media and of course over the radio. And so very thankful that I had that opportunity, both social media and on the airwaves, to be able to get this information out to you guys. Hi, Cheryl. You travel from Raymore to Pleasant Hill at around 7. Well, you, I probably that's really just kind of you're gonna be hitting the nail on the head. The Gust front is actually gonna be going through Raymore Belton area probably here within the next 45 minutes or so. So that will put you to about 5 o'clock. So as far as leaving early to get ahead of it, I mean you could maybe leave. Trying to look here, Raymore to Pleasant Hill. So yeah, you probably want to leave maybe a little bit early. You got to keep in mind these storms aren't moving east. They're moving kind of northeast. So, you can't really do a kind of a time track going directly east because they do have that northern extent to it. So, the individual storms are kind of moving northeast and the whole line is kind of moving east. So, it's kind of it's really tough to, especially as fast as they're moving. 50 to 60 mile per hour is how fast these storms are moving. So, yeah, I would say you probably want to take out maybe a little bit early. Oh, great, Mark. You're in Hartford, Kansas. Radar Mega went out just as the hail arrived, but found your channel. Brought my. Oh, you bought your truck from Max Motors. I got you. Great, great. Yeah, great people. We're very fortunate here in our community to have businesses wanting to sponsor. All of our weather sponsors are completely booked up. We have actually a backlog of them. People understand that there's a real need to be able to get warnings, watches, advisories out across west central Missouri. And of course, by doing so, because, we are constantly live every severe event. So we gain a lot of followers from around west central Missouri because of that. Sure. Let me just bring it over here for you real quick. A very easy way to find what you're looking for is to go to torconweatherteam.com. Here's our webpage. And that's torconwxteam.com. You can go to this. We are a full-service nationwide group. I am the CEO and regional director of the Southern Plains. And right up here is all of our social media. We got Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Discord. And so we have interactive radar. We have our live storm chasers that will be going out actually tonight. And then, of course, we have, there's my podcast. If you travel a lot, there'll be a good place you can sit down. You can listen to my podcast on Spotify, as well as Subby'sWeatherTalk.com and TorconWeatherTeam.com. So you can get to everything right here on TorconWXTeam.com. So down in Coffeyville, that's Brandon down in Coffeyville, Kansas. So, yeah, there's a pretty intense line of storms that's going to be coming through there. Probably here in the next probably half hour or so. So this is a very strong line of storms, especially the southern part. Notice we're not seeing that outflow boundary, that gust front out ahead of this line. So these still have that potential to have a possible spin up tornado associated with it. So definitely stay weather aware down in your neck of the woods down there at Coffeyville. For those of us here just a little bit further north, I was telling Brandon about no signs of a gust front. Now, the reason why this is good news is if you see this green line right here, all the way down here, that is a gust front. And what that is, that's rain cooled air out in front of the line. So any potential cell up here that maybe is spinning, maybe wants to produce a brief spin up tornado, well, what happens is it has to have inflow. And that inflow with that gust front is going to be cool air. And that's going to choke off that potential to see an isolated tornado out ahead of that line. So that's great news. Now, once you get down here really beyond Ottawa, down in this area, you notice that gust front is not noticeable down here on the southern part of this line. So the tornado threat has gone down a little bit up here on the north side of this line. However, you can still get 80 mile per hour winds out ahead of this line. So, we don't want to completely dismiss it by no means. But it's very good news when you see a gust front out ahead of the line, because that's rain-cooled air, and these thunderstorms, it makes them hard to intensify when they're breathing in all this cool air instead of the rich, warm, moist air that is needed for a thunderstorm to survive. So notice we have a lot more people here in all the live streams, and I am live stream on all of my platforms. So we are still a good couple hours away from anything affecting us here in West Central Missouri. Okay, guys, so I went live early this morning, mainly because we have a lot of commuters, family, friends up in the KC metro area. So wanted to make sure that they knew what was going on. It was early, not sure if local TV stations were covering this line of storm, so wanted to make sure they were in the know. But we're still a couple hours away from affecting anybody here in West Central Missouri, Windsor, Clinton, Warrensburg, Sedalia. We're still a couple hours away from this affecting us. Let's see here. Winds right now in Coffeyville. They're gusting up, let's say, about 33 miles per hour sustained in Coffeyville. So this is a Skynet coverage right in Coffeyville. So you have gusts up to 48 miles per hour in Coffeyville. So yes, it's very windy there in Coffeyville, Kansas right now, Brandon. 33 sustained, 48 mile per hour gust. And that's there at the, looks like that's there at the airport just north of So if you're just jumping on the live stream, just a brief recap that a big chunk of West Central Missouri is under a tornado watch until 10 a.m. So the ingredients are there for a possible spin up, short-lived, weak tornado along the leading edge of this line that will be coming in here in the next couple hours. So please beware of that. And we're going to be covering that live. I'm planning on staying live with you guys until this line moves through West Central Missouri. But we're still, hour and a half, 2 hours before we started having it to affect some of West Central Missouri. So up here in Cass County, maybe western parts of Johnson County, maybe a little sooner, maybe closer to the 5:30, 6 a.m. time frame. Morning, Taylor. So that should have answered all your all's questions about Warrensburg, Clinton, and Holden. You guys give me just a second. I'm going to go refill my coffee cup. I'll be right back. Let's take a look at dew points real quick. Yeah, dew points have really come up overnight. So we were sitting right around 51, 52 degree dew point last night around 10:30, 11 o'clock. And now we're up to 61. So what that is telling you, that's how much moisture is being funneled in from the Gulf of America into the storm system. And of course, that's one of the key ingredients of thunderstorm and severe thunderstorm formation is moisture. So definitely ample amount of moisture to keep these thunderstorms alive and kicking. And that's the reason why we're seeing this intense line of thunderstorms moving into West Central Missouri this morning. So temperatures right now, take a look at temperatures. 68 degrees here in Clinton. So when we dropped the live stream last night, we were sitting at 62. So temperatures come up 6 degrees and our dew point has come up drastically. So, of course, out ahead of this line of storm, that's just going to be a little bit more fuel for the fire, as so to speak, with this line of storms. So, what time will the rain subside in Johnson County? Are you talking on the Missouri or Kansas side? If you're talking on the Missouri side, Johnson County, probably right around the noon time frame, probably 11 a.m. to noon, somewhere in there. Wilburton, Oklahoma. You bet. We can take a look. Wow, look at some of those storm speeds. That storm is moving northeast at 105 miles per hour. That's insane. 64, 33, 78 miles per hour. That's crazy. So you're probably going to be looking at probably close to the probably 10 a.m. time frame before this line reaches over to you there at Wilburton, Oklahoma. It could be maybe just a little bit later than that. But if this line, because you got to remember this line of storms is not moving due east. It's actually moving kind of northeast. So it's going to take a little while for it to get over there to you. But right now it's looking like, let's see here. If we put that. Oh, I lost my little flag. There it is. So we're still talking, it's still about 165 miles away from you. So, yeah, kind of anticipating probably sometime in the neighborhood of between 9, 10 a.m. in that range. But you have to kind of keep in mind there is that potential there in Oklahoma to see a few cells out in front of this line. So definitely stay weather aware as you go through the morning. Winds aren't going to be bad there at Holden, Taylor. I mean, right now I just looked, they were like 22, 25 miles per hour. So yeah, winds aren't bad there at Holden right now. Hey, you bet, Andy. Glad to have you in the stream. Kind of early for you, though, isn't it? Unless you're duck hunting. You're late if you're duck hunting right now. So, Tammy, she asks, is this going to be fast moving or and probably over quickly? It will be, but it's kind of a broad line, and I expect it maybe broaden out just a little bit as it moves into West Central Missouri. So, yeah, it's gonna be moving pretty quickly through. So once this line gets to us, probably expect maybe 30, 40 minutes of storms, and then that line's going to be past us, and then we're going to be done with our severe threat for the day. The biggest question is going to be how big the storms are going to get down here, because I don't know if you guys probably didn't see. Let me show you here. So this is also, I'm going to show you guys, since we have a little bit of time, I'm going to show you guys a couple of software packages that I use. Okay, first off, I use this package, and this shows me where all the rotational tracks are at. Okay, so I can follow where these rotation tracks are at, and then compare it to what I'm looking at radar for any spin ups. So I always have this up on one of my screens. I've got a lot of screens that I look at. So that is one. Another thing for kind of looking out ahead of these storms is that I use this AI software. And what this does, this gives me a 3-hour window probability of tornadoes. Now, this is a very small risk and encompass Warrensburg, Sedalia, Clinton, all the way down through Joplin into Oklahoma. Now, this is a very low risk right now, under 20%. So, and that is very low. So what I do, I have this always up, and if it starts to see a hot spot, then it will kind of focus on that hot spot, maybe give it up a little bit more percentage. This is all done through AI. Here's the 1 hour tornado probability, goes up quite considerably with that little chunk of storms up here just west of Wyandotte County right now. So this is also another tool that I use, that I have up on my screen all the time. Let's see here. You're in Marietta, Oklahoma. Oh, mercy. Angie, you're just about to Marietta, and you'll be heading back to Windsor about noon today. So, yeah, once you get there, you'll probably want to stay pretty weather aware, because you have a pretty mean line of storms that's going to be coming across there, and then you hang out there in Marietta until noon, and then this line will likely be to the east of you, and then you can stay behind this line of storms. Ruth is traveling to Shawnee, Oklahoma from Knob Noster this morning through Olathe. We're planning on leaving 9:30. Let's see here, going through Olathe. I don't know what highway you're going to take. Go from Olathe. I guess you could be taking about 9:30. I tell you could be staying behind this line of storms. Well, you're still 4.5 hours from leaving, so you may actually get in on the tail end of our storms down here near Windsor, and then be on the backside of this line on your way down to Oklahoma. Good morning, James. Good, Cedra. Yeah, I tell you what, this gust front right here really helped out with that tornado potential. Hi, Brian. You're going from Warrensburg to KCK. Um, right now, luckily because of this gust front, um, right now you're looking okay. You're going to get into some mean thunderstorms, and you're going to get into some gusty winds. But right now, the severe thunderstorm warnings out for the Kansas City metro area, they have been allowed to expire. So you're looking pretty good right now on the way to KCK from Warrensburg. Oh yes, 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 Andy. Thanks for your service too, Andy. Appreciate that. Andy is one of our local heroes that fly Life Flight out of Golden Valley Hospital. So appreciate the service they provide, life-saving service they provide. So there is a new severe thunderstorm warning, a little bit closer to the state line. They just issued that for 60 mile per hour winds or greater, and that's going to be for southeastern Wyandotte County, Miami, and Johnson County on the Kansas side. So that's for this right here. Now notice I'm going to put this in motion here and kind of show you guys what we've got going on. So notice this line of storms again is moving kind of northeast, not completely east. So, we kind of want to see this little gust front start to develop along this side of the line on the southern end, because that's going to be really the line that affects us here in West Central Missouri the most. From about Gardner, Kansas, down through Burlington, Kansas. That's going to be the line that will kind of affect us here, probably here about another hour, hour and a half, somewhere in there. So we'd like to see a little gust front like we have up here develop along the leading edge of this line, because that is going to allow us to have a little bit lesser of a tornado probability associated with that line. So that's what I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing here in the next hour, is a gust front developing out ahead of this line of storms right here. Hey, thanks, Mark. Glad to have you. Feel free to jump in anytime, buddy. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, get notified when I'm online. Hey, sis. You finally decided to wake up. Got a little noisy up there for a while. Go mushroom hunting in the Clinton area. We're hoping to have this line of storms out of here by hopefully after 12 o'clock, after lunchtime. Ugh, man, that's just a mess. You guys see all these colors here. Man, it's like the 70s all over again. And the main reason, because there's this line of storm so close to the radar site in Pleasant Hill, on top of all of these storms having different direction winds. We've got a low level jet. We have winds going at two different directions above our heads. It looks like a kaleidoscope out there right now. So it's hard to detect just about anything. Maybe switch over to the Springfield channel. Not much help. So after these storms pass here in west central Missouri, we're actually going to warm up nicely. We're going to be into the middle 70s this afternoon. So that's a good thing. So actually seeing where the wind shift is. Winds coming from two different directions, obviously from the storm. We have that line of storm moving off to the northeast, and then we've got that gust front, this line right here, that's actually moving down to the southeast. So it's we can actually see that here on my other software, from Stillwell, Kansas to Belton, Lake Lottawada, and Bate City. That's the gust front right now that is trying to move southeast, but yet all the other winds associated with this line of storms kind of pushing off to the northeast. So you get winds from two different directions, and that's what this particular software does. It picks up where that changing of winds is located at, and of course you see that gust front plain as day here with this software. Just an interesting note. Tomorrow's going to be kind of a chilly day. We have a very wet pattern setting up. So those that follow me and my LRC forecast with Gary Lezak, we knew it was going to be a very active stretch through around the 4th, maybe the 5th of April, and then a dry stretch. Well, because it's kind of taking its sweet time for these systems to move across, coming in from the Pacific, it's slowed down about a day. So we're going to have a very wet pattern going through probably Sunday, and then we finally hit that dry stretch. And then we really start to get into what I call severe storm season. Even though we've been pretty active so far, really west central Missouri's severe weather season is really going to kick off about the middle of the month. From around the 13th through the 18th, we're going to have a couple of very large storm systems move through west central Missouri, kind of putting the focus of the severe weather more in line to west central Missouri versus down in southeast Missouri. You notice they're going to be kind of under the gun here over just about every storm system. Southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, the western part of Tennessee and Kentucky. That's been kind of the hotbed of a lot of this here over about the last probably about 3 weeks. That's going to be centered more on top of us as we go in toward the middle of the month. So we got, let's see here. Yeah, we did. We did get a little bit of influx of people here in the stream at 5 o'clock. So just kind of a brief recap of what's going on is that we do have this line of strong the severe thunderstorms that will be making its way into west central Missouri. I did start the live stream early this morning due to the potential of severe weather moving into the KC metro area. And of course, things have kind of slacked off a little bit up into northwest Missouri thanks to this developing gust front, which is this green line out ahead of the line. That's some rain-cooled air. And so the thunderstorms are actually breathing in some of that rain-cooled air, and it's kind of choking some of these thunderstorms from really gaining a lot of strength, which is great news. It does look like it is beginning to maybe subside a little bit. Kind of hoping maybe we start to see one developing on the south end of this line, because this part of the line is likely going to be the part of the line that affects us here in west central Missouri. So would like to see a gust front maybe help lessen the tornado threat and maybe lessen the overall punch of this line as it makes its way into west central Missouri. A big chunk of our area is under a tornado watch through 10 a.m. That's going to include Cass, Johnson, Pettis, Henry, and Bates County here in west central Missouri. There could be an additional add of more counties into that tornado watch as we go a little bit later into the morning to encompass Vernon, St. Clair, and Benton County. Remember, they are in the Springfield zone. So Springfield is kind of looking out for this southern extent of the storm, but they will likely be included in a tornado watch as we go through the morning. So really, we're just watching how this line of storms is acting. Thank goodness we haven't had any spin-up tornadoes so far anywhere along this line. It's been mainly a strong straight line producer. We did see a couple of possible microbursts up around the Parkville area that we were kind of taking a look at on radar. But really strong straight line winds have been the primary concern with this line of storms as it continues to make its way down into west central Missouri. Probably in the next hour and a half, we'll start to see some of these storms start to enter into parts of Cass and maybe northwest Johnson County on the Missouri side, and then eventually work its way across the rest of west central Missouri. Yeah, there in Ottawa, you guys got a bunch of thunderstorms out your way right now. Nothing severe, so that's a good thing. You do have a wind advisory out for Ottawa, Illinois right now. But these are going to be more garden variety thunderstorms here and around Ottawa. A lot of lightning, though. Very highly electrified out there. So you're getting quite a light show out there in Ottawa right now. I think so, MH. It's 6. Yeah, probably 7 o'clock is a pretty good estimate right now. These things, we have some of these cells down here. They're traveling 92 miles per hour. Just incredible speeds, and that's one of the big reasons why that threat for strong straight line winds is out there, because of this storm speed. 71, 49, 60, 116 miles per hour. Look at that. This particular storm out here in Kansas is traveling northeast at 116 miles per hour. That tells you how fast those winds are up above our heads, a few hundred, maybe a couple thousand feet above our heads. 116 miles per hour. I don't know if I've seen one go that fast. I really don't. I'm trying to recall if I've ever seen a storm going that fast. 100. I've seen several in the 80, 90 mile per hour range. I've seen a couple hit the 100 mile an hour mark, but 116, I don't think I've ever seen that. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a screenshot. I'm going to take a screenshot of that. Holy cow. They're traveling. But remember, these storms are actually kind of moving north-northeast. So they're not moving east at 116 miles per hour. They're moving north-northeast. So it's still going to take a while for that to come into our way. We do have our very first tornado warning, though. That's going to be down here in Oklahoma. And that is actually going to be for northeastern Osage County and northeastern Oklahoma. So this is kind of what we look for along a leading edge of a line. You guys see that little notch right there? So you have inflow, warm, moist air being drawn into this little inflow notch, and then it gets wrapped around, and the tornado is likely about right here. So these little notches like that is what we try to look for. Yep, right in here. Of course, it's a little bit delayed on radar. The velocity takes a little bit longer to load than what regular reflectivity radar does. But still, we've got that wind going away from the radar, and then it gets pulled into the system, and then it begins to wrap up right in here.
Good morning and welcome back.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave to go to Oklahoma right now. Not a good time going from Wyandotte County down to Oklahoma. You want to wait till this line gets east before he heads out. And we've got, it's going to be a very active day. I'm going to bring this over here, show you guys here real quick. So, it's going to be a very active day down here in the Boot Hill, where a very rare high risk for severe storms, a high risk for tornadic supercells is going to happen down here in the Boot Hill, northeast Arkansas, parts of Tennessee, Kentucky, Illinois. That's going to be the hotbed right there. So if you have any family, friends, relatives that live in this area, make sure you give them a heads up. This is going to be a very volatile situation down there in the Boot Hill and down in this high risk area. If you do have family or friends down in that area, make sure they follow TorqueOn, WXTeam.com. That is our website. I am CEO and Regional Director of TorqueOn. We're nationwide. We have radar techs, we have social media experts, we have storm chasers that are going to be out in the field, and I will likely be doing a live stream with the storm chasers. This will be probably later on this afternoon on my YouTube channel, and that's going to be, you can find the link right here on TorqueOnWX.com or TorqueOnWXTeam.com, and we have all of our social media, our Facebook page, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Discord. So make sure you share this website with them, and they can follow along and keep informed. Our Facebook site has we post all the warnings, advisories for the entire United States on our Facebook page. So we actually have a human doing that, It's not computer generated. So we actually have a social media expert back there posting all the warnings, watches, advisories for the continental USA. So definitely share that if you have any friends, family down in this area. And again, very high volatility down here in the Boot Hill and parts of the deep south here. Allison. So I'm going to get blown away as I'm heading to work. Oh, how much fun. You got time. You got time. You can get to work and be blown away into school before you go teach a whole bunch of rowdy fourth graders. Well, we just had the storms roll into Brookfield, Missouri. Had a wind gust of 45 miles per hour as that line of storms moved through Brookfield up here in north central Missouri. There's Brookfield right there. So again, the storms from north of the river right now seem to, thanks to this gust front, has really helped kind of weaken that line of thunderstorms as it moved across northwest Missouri. So that is great news. Would like to see a little gust front maybe develop a little bit further south, because these are likely going to be the storms that will affect us here in west central Missouri later on this morning when they finally make their way through. So we could see a few storms maybe clipping parts of Cass County here in about 30 minutes. But for the most part, we're probably still a good hour and a half, if not maybe just a little bit longer, away from really affecting west central Missouri. There's really not a whole lot out there that can weaken this line other than a possible gust front being formed out here ahead of this line. But we'll continue to monitor as this line makes its way into west central Missouri. We'll see how this line reacts as it crosses the state line. And of course, we'll be here following all the warnings, watches, and advisories right here at Storm Track Weather Center. Guys, give me just a moment. I'm going to go grab me another cup of joe, and I'll be right back. So again, for those of you that might just be joining us, I've noticed a little bit of influx of people jumping onto the live stream. So we did start the live stream here about 2 hours ago, mainly for those that were commuting up to Kansas City, our friends and family up in the KC metro area. They had an intense line of thunderstorms move through northwest Missouri, and it is now beginning to weaken north of the river, thanks in part to this gust front that had developed, and that's rain-cooled air. And so these thunderstorms, they kind of breathe in and out like a person. They breathe in warm, moist air, and that helps fuel these thunderstorms, and then they blow out on the backside as well. So anyway, we had that gust front develop, and a lot of these thunderstorms have weakened. They were still producing some gusty winds up to 50 miles per hour, but the storms that's going to be affecting us here in west central Missouri are going to be associated with this line of storms right down here. So right now, I don't see any indication of a gust front forming. It would be nice if one did. Then that way it might maybe lessen the severity of this line of storms as it comes into west central Missouri. But right now, I'm not showing any indications of that right now. So we'll just have to wait and see as this line continues to move off to the northeast at a very fast pace. So we've seen a couple of these storms actually. This one here is moving 71 miles per hour, 83 miles per hour, 67 miles per hour. And we had one just a little bit ago we looked at that was moving northeast at 116 miles per hour. So that gives you a good idea what those winds are doing above our heads at a couple thousand feet. They are really booking. So that's actually helping with that threat for strong straight line winds. As that rain comes down, it will actually pull some of those winds with it because of gravity, and it will actually pull some of those stronger winds down toward the surface. So we're watching for that potential to see some strong straight line winds, and of course some of west central Missouri under the gun for that possibility of a brief spin-up tornado along the line. Luckily, we have not seen any along the line. We actually have our first one down here in Oklahoma, and that's been the first tornado warning that we've seen anywhere along this line. So obviously the biggest threat is going to be strong straight line winds. Hadn't seen any reports of really large hail. We had some nickel up to quarter size hail reported. But other than that, the strong straight line winds is the primary concern with any of these thunderstorms right now. Hi, Kelsey. We're still expecting, we're still probably a couple hours out. Hi, Barbara. Or Roberta. I'm sorry. Sorry, Roberta. My eyes, it's early. I haven't adjusted to the computer screens yet. What the heck Wednesday is today's title in the fourth graders class. Well, looks like we have if you hear the weather radio, thank goodness they are working. We probably have one for Cass County coming up. Or maybe that was the new tornado watch Springfield issued. That's likely what that is. Here in a moment, our radar mega will update here momentarily. I just heard bits and pieces with it, but I believe it was a new tornado watch, maybe encompassing the rest of west central Missouri, Vernon County, St. Clair, and Benton County. We'll give it a minute here and see if it updates, and we'll go look for some information. So it does look like a new tornado watch going out. We'll find out here in just a moment. Good morning, Matthew. Awfully early for you, 5:19.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's taken a while for the software to pick up on that tornado watch, but that's exactly what is going on. So we do have a new tornado watch out. And that's going to include St. Clair, Vernon, and Benton counties. So all of west central Missouri is now under a tornado watch. Now the one for Vernon, St. Clair, and Benton is till noon. And for us up here in Cass, Johnson, Pettis, Henry, and Bates County, it's till 10 a.m. But all of west central Missouri now is under a tornado watch. I'm going to bring up Springfield National Weather Service so I can keep in contact with them as well. And of course, if anybody has any maybe kids down in Springfield going to school down there, remember that Greene County down in Springfield, they are also underneath a tornado watch. You see Radar Omega, our software program right here, it has updated now of that tornado watch that's in yellow. And of course, it goes all the way down here, Springfield, Republic, Nixa. And of course, all that is going to be associated with this line of storms that will be moving into the western half of Missouri here over the next probably couple hours or so. Matt's heading to Marshall. Well, you're going to get there right ahead of this gust front. You'll likely, if you're going 13 straight up to I-70 and then over, you'll probably pass that gust front up here right around the county line. .5 miles per hour just west of Osawatomie, Kansas, just west of Paola. Now, some of these winds might not be all the way down to the surface. Remember, I had mentioned this earlier, that the further away you get from the radar site in Pleasant Hill, the higher up the beam goes into the atmosphere because the Earth is round. Now, it shoots out a straight beam, but if the Earth is round, the further away you get, the more angle it's going to get. So, that's still some pretty significant winds just off of the surface, 70, 80 miles per hour. Hopefully everybody is having a good morning. If you're just tuning in, we still have a little bit of time left before this storm actually makes its way into parts of St. Clair, Henry, Pettis, and Benton County. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to encompass about half of Cass County, including Harrisonville, Belton, Raymore, Peculiar area. As you can see this right up here, take a look at what it is saying. It expires in an hour. So we're looking at about 6:30 when it will expire. Severe thunderstorm warning for Miami County and east central Kansas, northwestern Lynn, and southern Johnson County on the Kansas side. Western Cass, southern Jackson County, in west central Missouri until 6:15. 60-mile-per-hour winds is going to be the threat. It doesn't say anything about hail. Hail is supposed to be less than 3/4 of an inch.
Copy.
Hey, thanks, Weston. Let's go down and take a look at that. Weston just mentioned this tornado warning down here along the southern flank of the line is now observed. It is observed right now. 519 confirmed tornado located 4 miles east of Personia, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So it is radar confirmed, meaning that they probably have picked up a coalition coefficient. So that is let's take a look here real quick. So take a look at velocity. So yeah, definitely see this right here is where the circulation is at. When they say it's radar confirmed, they will use a radar called coalition coefficient. And let me show you what that does. This actually measures the sizes of particles in the atmosphere. Okay, it takes a look at the mass. And so what it does is sends a beam up, and of course raindrops are all going to be about the same shape and size. If it picks up any, and so that's what all the pink colors are. Okay, it's going to be the pink colors are all going to be the raindrops it's detecting, all about the same size. And then you see a little blue, there's a gray, this area right in here. All right, now there's also another one possibly right there. Whenever you see a difference of color like that, that could be larger items such as tree trunks or roof shingles, something larger, something that shouldn't be up there, and that's a debris signature. So we use coalition coefficient to confirm that a tornado is likely on the ground and is likely picking up debris and lofting it into the atmosphere, and that's what this coalition coefficient radar is picking up. So very useful tool for the meteorologists or for people looking here for a debris signature. Go back to this. Kind of looks like it's I'd say it's probably really rain wrapped if it is. There's the inflow notch right here. Go on the next. So inflow looks to be about right here. So that would typically put the funnel or the tornado typically down here in this area, unless it's severely rain wrapped. Take a look at velocity again real quick. Oh yeah. So there's the circulation, and there's radar. So this thing is severely rain wrapped. So likely not going to be confirmed by anybody on the ground because they're not going to be able to see it. So it's 5:30 in the morning, and you have a rain-wrapped tornado confirmed through radar on the ground. So that's why weather radios are so important, because it's going to go off and let those people know and wake them up and let them know they're under a tornado warning. So thanks for letting me know that, Wes. So we have a pretty intense line of thunderstorms from southern Jackson County through northwest Cass County and then over onto the Kansas side all the way down. So this line will slowly make its transition over into west central Missouri. This line is not moving due east, it's actually moving northeast. So it's going to take a little bit longer for it to finally move across west central Missouri. So we'll be watching that as this line moves across our area. All of west central Missouri now is under a tornado watch associated with this line. We're watching for any spin up, short-lived, weak tornadoes that might spin up along this leading edge of this line. It is called a quasi-linear tornado. This is a linear complex of storms, one of the most popular type of thunderstorm that we get here in west central Missouri is going to be a linear style storm system. When you get down into Oklahoma, southern Kansas, you know, they have those supercells, which are individual discrete thunderstorms that typically are very strong in nature. And that's very popular down in that neck of the woods. In our neck of the woods, more of a linear complex is what we're normally used to. And of course, we're used to hearing that quasi-linear tornado threat along the leading edge of this of a line of storm. So that's what we're faced with today. And of course, very large severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, the entire line is severe warned from southern Jackson County all the way down into Oklahoma. Completely, that entire line is severe warned right now. So keep in mind, too, that even after this line of storms passes through us, guys, you know, I told you we're going to warm up to like 75, 78 degrees today. Well, that's going to be because the winds are going to be really pushing in from the south. We could have some wind gusts this afternoon in excess of 40 miles per hour. So even though the thunderstorms be moving out, we're still going to be dealing with a very, very windy afternoon here in west central Missouri. So we were, you know, you guys know that I go to several schools and give weather presentations at their schools, mainly touching a lot on the safety of severe storms as well as some of the science behind that. And we actually talked a little bit about how the ability of short-lived tornadic supercells, how you see a lot of footage of tornadoes lifting cars and how powerful they are. And we talk a little bit about the Bernoulli's principle and basically what that is, without going over your head. It didn't go over the head of these kids, but basically what that is if you have fluid or air going across the surface, the faster that air moves across the top of the surface, the lesser air pressure it is. Okay, so anything below that wind is high pressure compared to it. And of course, we live in a state of equilibrium, so they try to cancel each other out. So high pressure tries to jump over into low pressure, and you create wind. Okay, so that's how the ability of planes, the faster a plane goes at takeoff, they tilt their wings a little bit. The air goes across the wings, and it provides lift underneath, and that's how an airplane gets up off the ground, because of this Bernoulli effect. Well, what we ended up doing, we ended up having made up a little contraption at home. I'm going to jump down here to it. So I was at Leeton Elementary School last week, and we were talking about this Bernoulli principle, and was talking about how winds over the top of a surface can get stronger, create more wind, all that good stuff. So I'm going to show you guys what I showed them. You guys might have already seen this, but it was a good time at Leeton Elementary School. I moved it over and then I lost it. Gotta be getting close to it. There it is. Let you guys watch this. So I took a leaf blower and put a paint roller and duct taped it to the end. So we had wind going over the top of toilet paper, creating lift on the bottom side of that toilet paper. And of course the results. Oh yeah, see that? Now what happens if it's really strong wind? So we had a really good time over there with the kiddos, and teaching them a little bit of science why we do it. So good time. Yep, very large tornado watch right now for west central Missouri, all the way down into southwest Missouri, down here, Springfield, Ozark, Nixa, Joplin, Pittsburgh, all the way up here to west central Missouri. We are watching for the potential of a spin-up weak tornado along the leading edge of this line of storms that is slowly making its way into our neck of the woods right now. Hey, thanks for that report, Shauna. Pea-sized hail and Lee Summit. And that correlates very well with radar. If you guys notice the purple colors, those are actually high returns on radar, meaning maybe some potential of pea-sized hail, some real small size hail associated with just many of these thunderstorms along this line, but nothing severe when it comes to hail. We hadn't had any reports of severe hail. We hadn't had any reports of any circulations or tornadoes with any of this line, with the exception of this one tornado warning down here in Oklahoma. So mainly just a very strong straight line wind threat right now for eastern Kansas and up toward Jackson County, northwest Cass County, where they are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 36 minutes up here, and it's just now starting to come into Belton Raymore peculiar area right now. Yeah, Independence, you probably got a little bit of small hail maybe up there in Independence, Eli. But the biggest threat right now is pretty much gone for you in Independence right now, Eli. You're kind of on the backside of that line. So still going to get some gusty winds, some torrential rain. But I think the severe threat is pretty well over for you up there in Independence. Knob Noster, probably 6:30, 7 a.m. in that time frame. In Knob Noster. So again, those of you that just coming on, again, all of West Central Missouri is under a tornado watch for the small threat of seeing a spin-up tornado along the leading edge of this line of storms that will be working into West Central Missouri here over the next hour and a half, 2 hours. This is kind of the beginning of a very active stretch of weather all the way through Sunday. Several rounds of rain, thunder showers. No more severe weather, though. I'm not predicting any more severe weather through the end of the weekend. However, it's going to be a very wet pattern. So, again, for those of you that have followed me and me talking about the LRC, we were kind of thinking by around the 4th, 5th, it was going to start to dry out, have a nice stretch of dry weather. That stretch of dry weather is still there, but it has slowed down just a little bit. So through around the 6th of April, that Sunday, we're going to see a very rainy, wet pattern, and then we're going to dry out. And then we're really going to start to get into severe weather season here in West Central Missouri, likely starting around the middle of the month, around the 13th through the 18th of April. And that's when, the threat for severe weather has been really centered down into Boot Hill, southeast Missouri, parts of Arkansas. And I think that's going to be shifting up more into West Central Missouri in our neck of the woods, likely starting around the middle of the month. And then, of course, we'll have a few more systems as we go to the end of the month into May. We look to have a fairly active rest of April into May and even into June. The LRC is predicting for us to have the first couple weeks of June to be very active in severe weather. So we're just kind of getting started in severe weather, even though we've had 2 or 3 events already. It's going to be a pretty active spring, and we talked about that back in winter when we were looking at the LRC, that kind of planning on having a relatively active active spring storm season. And so far, it started off with a bang so far. So, looks like we're getting ready to have a new severe thunderstorm warning, probably for the rest of this county right here, and Bourbon. That's going to be Fort Scott area. So, our western counties, we already have northwestern Cass under a severe thunderstorm warning. And probably Bates and Vernon counties. You guys will be the next ones in line, probably here in the next probably 45 minutes or so. And then it's going to continue to progress slowly to the east, even though these thunderstorms are racing off to the northeast. And we'll continue to monitor, see if, the only thing I'm looking at right now is, how we had a gust front up here in northwest Missouri that kind of helped lessen the severity of these thunderstorms. Now, we're not getting that gust front down on the south end, But what I am noticing over about the last 30 minutes is we're getting a lot more little pop-up thunderstorms out ahead of it. Now, of course, same principle evolves. You get that rain-cooled air being fed into the line, and it's going to weaken somewhat. So it'll be interesting to see here over the course of the next hour how much this will weaken this line of storms. And then, of course, we're also watching for the potential of any stronger isolated storms, like this one down here south of Fort Scott. If it's able to act on its own and be kind of an isolated cell that could have the potential to become severe in and of itself. So just over about the last 30-45 minutes, seen a lot of thunderstorms kind of popping out ahead of this line. And that could, of course, lessen the effect of the line of storms. But again, also, we're going to be watching to see if any of these thunderstorms become severe that are out there ahead of the line. So kind of a complicated mess this morning with this line of storms. So Terry, that's funny. Terry mentioned, dang, Subby, good morning. It's like your family. On when it's bedtime, on when it's coffee time. Yeah, I'm just an extended part of many families out there, I think. Derek's getting a nice light show over there in Butler. Let's take a look at throw up a sky cam. This is going to be, let's see here, right just west of Creighton. So right out in here, looking off to the west. So we're going to be looking at this line of storms out here to the west in eastern Kansas. We'll see if we pick up any lightning flashes out that way. Cheryl mentioned that heavy rain in Raymore. So, yeah, that had just looked like the start of the leading edge of that line coming through Belton, Raymore. Torrential rainfall. Quite a bit of lightning. We do have a couple of thunderstorms that are popping up out ahead of this line. And we will be watching down here right in Vernon County. Notice there's a little line of thunderstorms trying to form out ahead of this. Now, it's kind of a two-prong approach here. If we get some thunderstorms that begin to rain and thunderstorms out ahead of this line, that is going to weaken that line of storm before it makes its way into west central Missouri. But what we also have to watch is because these little thunderstorms are moving into plenty of moisture, we're nice and warm here in west central Missouri, we have to watch to see if these thunderstorms can get going and intensify by themselves. And then we're dealing with the small, discrete thunderstorm that could provide a focus for more intense thunderstorm. But if we continue to see, if we continue to see these little showers pop out ahead of the line and they don't intensify, that's going to be great news as this line comes into west central Missouri. That's just going to mean that the severe threat will likely go down a little bit. So we'll continue to watch that here over the course of the next hour or so. Well, Weston, yeah. So I haven't heard any rumblings here in Henry County. Remember, I'm in Clinton right now. I haven't heard any thunder. So I'm sure once we get a lightning strike halfway close in Henry County, lightning detector will be going off. Of course, he's in there. I've been up pretty much all night. So when I'm up, he's typically up. So I have a feeling he's probably in there laying on his back, crashed out right now. So it might take a pretty good lightning jolt to get him up and going. Good morning, Rebecca. Wow, I don't know if you guys just seen that lightning flash on the cam. That was a pretty impressive lightning show right there on camera. See if I can find that again for you guys. You'll be fine in Blue Springs. Just have to wear a raincoat. The severe threat is pretty much over for Blue Springs right now. All right, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. All All right, so this is going to be for all of Cass County. It's going to be for northwestern Johnson County and western Bates County. Kind of an odd-shaped polygon. But we are watching, there is a secondary line of storms that is developing out ahead of the main line. You notice how strong it was until it got to about the state line. Notice another line of storms starting to form out ahead of it. So these are the ones that we are going to be watching. This thing is actually going to be coming in a little bit faster now that we have this secondary line of thunderstorms. So that really kind of cuts off about an hour. So we could start seeing some effect here in Bates, Henry, Vernon, maybe even St. Clair County here within the next 30 minutes. So the secondary line is what is going to be catching up with everybody. So down here in Vernon County, and again, we're watching down here in Vernon County for any of these little cells out ahead of the line. We're watching for the potential of any of them to grow in intensity and maybe become severe in and of themselves out ahead of the main line of storms. So that's something we'll be keeping a very close eye on here over the next, probably 45 minutes or so. Good morning, Janet. So I'm going to show you guys, I went ahead and went back in time. Let me show you guys the lightning strike. And this is looking west from just west of Creighton. And I'm going to put this into slow motion. Oh, you guys didn't even get to see. Hang on a second. There you go. Let's see if you guys can see all of that. There you go. See if this gives you guys a little better view. Not really. Great lightning shot there. There's my lightning detector. We must have had a lightning strike close by. No, Zachary, I am not. Good morning, Tammy.
Go ahead.
I just faxed over the report for that firearm and my supplement. Can you, if the internet has recovered, can you turn back the field entry for that?
The mule showing that it's still unentered.
And through as well.
All right, guys, so just kind of a recap. Of course, all of West Central Missouri is under a tornado watch for the potential, it's very low, to see an isolated spin-up tornado along the leading edge of this line. Just over about the last 30, 45 minutes, we've seen this secondary line out in front form. Now, we're watching for any strengthening of this line, in which over the last 15 minutes or so, it has strengthened some. But as long as it behaves itself, it's going to lessen the back line of storms, because that back line of storms is going to be trying to breathe in some of that rain-cooled air. It's going to choke out some of the intensity of the thunderstorms along the leading edge of the main line. So some of us are going to start getting some thunderstorms a little bit earlier than what we forecasted, around the 7 to 8 a.m. It's probably going to be coming in a little bit sooner than that now, because we have this secondary line formed out ahead of it. So definitely keep that in mind. But this is actually probably pretty good news. Having this secondary line, it's going to really weaken this line of thunderstorms as it continues off into West Central Missouri. So that's actually really good news, seeing a gust front form in northwest Missouri, and that really helped lower that severe threat up there north of the river. And now we have a secondary line of thunderstorms that's forming out ahead of the main line here south of the river, and that, I believe, is probably going to help weaken all of these thunderstorms. So maybe we can get through here with just some beneficial rains, and then have this line clear through us without having too much of a problem. Starting to rain, heading to Warrensburg, just north of 2 Highway. Thank you, Emily. So she's just north here, coming up on 13, heading toward Warrensburg. Just starting to get into a little bit of rain. So she'll likely make it into Warrensburg before the heavy rain hits. Thundering in Appleton. So, yep. So that's what's so wild about this, is the fact this secondary line is starting to intensify just a little bit, mainly because it's breathing in all this warm, moist air, and I have a feeling it's likely going to choke out the back line some, or at least bring down the severity of it. So that's great news. So it looks like right around Creighton, up in that area, you guys are getting a pretty good little thunderstorm up here. heavy rain in Holden. Thanks, Taylor. So a lot of lightning, and of course, just like any other thunderstorm, you always want to have a plan in case electricity goes out, power outage due to lightning strikes. That's always a possibility with thunderstorms as well. And of course, getting about 6 o'clock, everybody's starting to wake up, getting the kids up for school. So we're keeping a close eye. This line that is formed out ahead of the main line continues to get a little stronger and a little stronger. So definitely keeping an eye on this right here on this first line, because it has untapped warm moist air being fed into this line now. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. It already has a couple cell markers on it. So it is intensifying just a little bit as it moves across Bates County, parts of Vernon County, and then of course it will eventually be up here in Henry and St. Clair County momentarily. So keeping a close eye on this line of storms right here. That's always one of the threats of having any thunderstorm develop out ahead of the main line, is for because it's going to be tapping into that warm moist air that the back line can't get up to. So definitely keep a close eye. It's going to be right on top of Appleton City here momentarily, moving into Montrose. It's going through Spruce right now. Eventually Uri, Creighton, you guys are all going to be in line of this additional line of thunderstorms. So kind of a wild happening that we have going on. As you guys can see, we had a line of storms waiting for them to come, and then all of a sudden a secondary line pretty much took over now. So that's the reason why these thunderstorms are coming in a little bit quicker. The line is still way out in eastern Kansas, but this secondary line that has formed is now going through parts of west central Missouri. What should we expect in Sedalia?
Did you say 103 or 58?
That's Michelle. That's what we're talking about right now, hon. So Sedalia is under a tornado watch through about 10 a.m. So if they got a field trip, hopefully it's after 10 a.m. And I'd say this line of storms will probably be hopefully just east of Sedalia after 10 a.m. But right now, all the conditions are favorable for strong straight line winds, large hail, and a potential of a couple tornadoes. Thank you, Amos. I appreciate that. So again, everybody is getting up and getting the kiddos ready for school. So it is coming in a little bit quicker than we anticipated, because there's an additional line of thunderstorms develop out ahead of the main line that is still back here in Kansas. So we're just kind of waiting. This line continues to intensify just a little bit as it makes its way into Henry and into St. Clair County, Appleton City, Montrose, Ballard. But this is the first line. And then we have an additional line behind it that is still severe. So kind of we'll already starting to look like a little bit of a hail core developing just west of Appleton City, just southwest of Hudson Schools. lot of lightning out there. The cameras are going nuts out there out here in right at the Bates Cass County line. The cameras are just going nuts. A lot of lightning, a lot of cloud to ground lightning as well. So that kind of increases the potential for a few sporadic power outages as well. So. All right, give me just a second, guys. I'm going to get me another cup of coffee here. I'll be right back with you. All right, so let's take a look at this line we have going on right now. So, and again, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning out for northwestern Johnson County, Cass County, and western Bates County, mainly for this primary line of thunderstorms. But as you guys have seen here over the last hour, we had a secondary line form out ahead of it. And it continues to strengthen a little bit. We do have a little hail core just on the west side of Appleton City. And probably maybe some pea-sized hail going on there at Appleton, Montrose. I know a lot of you guys are getting the kiddos up and getting ready to head to school or work this morning. So trying to keep you guys updated as much as I can on what you can expect. And again, on the latest scan, yep, still looks like it's right over Hudson School right now is a hail core. This little line right here has intensified a little bit. It's still not severe warned as of right now, but the main line is still out here west. But again, if we can keep this line from getting too severe, and just be rain, lightning, just a thunderstorm, and nothing severe, that's going to help tremendously on cutting back any chance of severe weather for west central Missouri with this primary line that will be moving through. So very, very good news. That's a lot better than what we seen back here. So through time, you see that was a very impressive line of storms right there that we were waiting to come into west central Missouri. And notice how it begins to kind of break up. We had a secondary line form out here. So this line here is going to weaken that back line. It's going to choke it off. So very good news. This will likely keep us from getting too bad of storms here in west central Missouri. Oh, Jamie is down by Hudson. Good. So you didn't have any hail down there at Hudson. Looks like maybe some pea size was possible. Hi, Terry. Good to see you. A lot of lightning and a lot of wind in Warsaw. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see what this line does out here in front, because it's really going to lessen, of course, I've said this 2 or 3 times, but It's very good news seeing this non-severe line out in front of the main line, and it's going to help lessen the severity index of this line of storms back here from Belton down into Kansas. Now, what we need to watch is this leading line as it continues to move off to the east to see if it gains any strength as it comes into Pettis and Benton counties, and St. Clair County for that matter. We'll see if it strengthens any. We might have maybe this line take over as the primary line of storms, but it's really breaking up here over the last 5 or 6 scans. So Clinton is about ready to get hit by this secondary line of thunderstorms. Looks like it's right over Montrose right now. It's going to be heading up towards Clinton here momentarily. Good morning, Adventure. No, I don't think so. So a lot of times what happens, and it happens, you can't really predict it. But what happened up here north of the river, there was a gust front. Rain-cooled air rushed out ahead of the thunderstorm and created a gust front. Just a line of dry winds. Okay, well, what happens, it has some cooler air associated with it. So the thunderstorms begin to breathe in some of that cooler air, and it choked off the thunderstorms up here north of the river. Now, what happened down here, it kind of did the same thing. It started to create a gust front, but because the conditions are more favorable down here, we have more moisture, it's still really warm and humid outside, it started creating little thunderstorms along that gust front. And now we have a secondary line. It's really, I mean, regardless of what happened last night, wasn't going to have any impact on what we get this morning because we warmed up through the night. We got more moisture throughout the night. So we looked at it earlier. We came up about 6 degrees in temperature since last night. And we also came up about 8 degrees in dew point. So we had more moisture, more heat. And but it's just the way that this line of thunderstorms worked. It created a gust front, and now we have some thunderstorms form along that gust front. So it's definitely working to our favor to keep all these thunderstorms contained. So very good news. All right. Thanks, Amy. Hey, Proxy, good to see you. No, you shouldn't be scared. Right now, we really don't have anything here in west central Missouri that is anything severe. Now, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning out for Cass and western Bates County, but right now, there's really not much going on with that line of storms coming into Cass and Bates. So, still just watching this cell right here out in front. It's coming across Henry County. And looks like it's going to stay south of Leeton. It's going to go on up into Windsor and into parts of Benton County. Right now, Harrisonville does not look like there is a hail core there. Yeah, I'm not really seeing any hail at all, with the exception of maybe some pea size, if not a little smaller, down here near Appleton City and Hudson. But no hail cores out there right now.
having their communications removed because they stated their RMS is having issues throughout the week. So business hours, one of the techs can go into RMS and pull this report so they can send it over to have it removed.
Okay.
Thanks, Kayla. She just came into Clinton from Warsaw, and then she had the few sprinkles. So, yeah, you got home just in time, girl. So we do have a rather robust thunderstorm that is now just over Montrose Lake. We'll be heading up toward Ladue, Del Mar, and then on up toward Clinton. Maybe some small pea-sized hail. My lightning detector is going off in the other room. He finally woke up. I don't know if you hear my lightning detector. It's like little growl bark. Just arf, arf. There he goes. Not yet. There at Warrensburg, Missy. Probably, you probably want to give it a little bit because we still have that main line out here that is yet to come through. So we kind of want to see how this main line does once it comes into west central Missouri. And again, this is just kind of a secondary line of thunderstorms that formed. Actually, the storms are getting here about 45 minutes earlier than what I anticipated the storm to be here, because the storms we were to get is still out here from Cass County down here into Kansas. But the secondary line formed out ahead of it, so that's the reason why we're getting these storms a little bit earlier than what we had thought. But, yeah, we'll probably want to give it, actually, Cass County, Bates County, Vernon County, St. Clair, all of our counties here in west central Missouri, we need to give it a little bit more time because we still have that, what I call the main line, is still out here in Kansas that's going to be working its way across. So we kind of want to wait and see how it reacts to the atmosphere as it moves across west central Missouri. Kevin Short, he is a storm chaser. He is out and about, and he is up at I-70 at Odessa, off of I-70, and he's not seeing anything up his way right now. And, I probably wouldn't expect to see a whole lot up there right now. It's on the backside of this line. Might see some, might get into a little bit of outflow wind behind this line. But, yeah, this thing is really behaving really well so far. We've got a strong thunderstorm on the west side of Clinton right now. It's going to be coming across 13 Highway, coming across Clinton, and continue on up to Calhoun, and then eventually up towards the Windsor location. We do have a few more thunderstorms that are starting to kind of strengthen just a little bit on downward from that line as well. We have another one here in Bates County near Prairie City. And then we have another one down here, mainly rural area of Vernon, just north of Nevada. Yeah, Sarah, it's amazing. About really, it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. Started to noticing the temperature gone up 2 degrees, and you can really feel that moisture being pumped in from the south. So, yeah, very very warm. We went up, I think, a total of about 6, 7 degrees in temperature, and we had an increase of about 5 degrees in dew point just in those 3 hours after midnight. So, still a pretty robust thunderstorm. And again, uh, right along 13 Highway, just north of Clinton. And that line stretches all the way down through Montrose, Appleton City, and then down through Vernon County, just north of Nevada. This was a secondary line of convection that formed out ahead of the main line that looked like everything is just kind of messy right now. We don't have that solid line of severe thunderstorms anymore. It's more broken up. So we'll continue. All of these storms are kind of moving into a favorable environment with plenty of moisture, instability, and CAPE, CAPE, that stands for convective available energy, that these thunderstorms can thrive on. So we'll kind of wait and see how this first line of thunderstorms react as it continues to push off to the east. We may see a couple warnings pop up associated with this secondary line of convection. Pea-sized hail, 18 Highway Pass, CCA. Thanks, Megan. So that's right out here. Likely some pea-sized hail. We're likely going to see that going across 13 Highway just north of Clinton. This will be our second round of hail Clinton has received. We received another batch of hail earlier last night around, around the 11 o'clock time frame or so. Hearing hail here by the hospital. Yep, that's on the north side of Clinton out here. 7 and 13 junction. Kind of put this in motion over the last few frames. So still going to watch these storms over here in Bates County, and of course over here on the Kansas side. These are all going to be moving northeast. So they're not weakening, so to speak. We don't have that intense line of thunderstorms that we had, but we still have some pretty good thunderstorms out there. And this first, I call it the secondary line of storms is kind of intensifying. You see more purples. Radar is picking up to an inch hail size. So, it is intensifying a little bit. So we'll just have to wait and see. This could be more of a long, drawn-out thunderstorm rainfall as well that we were expecting. Maybe a little bit more rainfall totals as well in west central Missouri, since this line has broken up. We was expecting one solid line of thunderstorms move through, give us about a half-inch of rain, and it's out of here. Now it's kind of broken apart, coming at us in little chunks, but still moving into favorable environment. Well, because of that, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued for Johnson, Henry, Miami, Lynn, and Bates County. So this is, I do want to tell you guys, not to alarm anybody, but the way these cells are breaking up, like we just talked about, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning out, and again, for Johnson, Cass, Henry, Miami, Lynn, and Bates County, right here in this polygon, and it does have a tornado possible tag. What that means is that any of these cells, because of those strong winds that are up above our heads, has the potential to put down a very weak, likely will not last very long, tornado associated with any of these cells. So the way that I tell people is, if there is a tornado possible tag like it shows, that to go ahead and take your tornado precautions. The reason the National Weather Service does this is because at any moment's notice there could be a short-lived weak tornado spawn out of any one of these little cells right now, because the winds are coming from different directions. They're very, very strong above our heads. So this might not be a bad time, if you are in this polygon, to go ahead and go to the lowest portion of your house and go ahead and let this storm go by us. And I know it's not very good timing right now, 6:30 a.m. Everybody's getting the kids up ready for school, but we still have some strong thunderstorms out there right now. So this has been the first tornado possible tag severe thunderstorm warning that I've seen them come up with. So here in west central Missouri. So again, we go over to velocity radar, and again, anywhere along this area, Archie, Adrian, Passaic, Butler, all the way over to Spruce, any of this area in here, you see these very strong winds up above us. We're looking at 60, 70, 80 mile an hour winds above our heads. So be keeping a very close eye on this area for that potential for a very weak spin up tornado. So let's go ahead and read what this says. Severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Miami County, eastern Lynn, southern Cass, western Henry, Bates County, southwestern Johnson County. So if you're in any of those counties that I just named, southwestern Johnson, Bates County, western Henry, southern Cass, eastern Lynn, southeastern Miami, then you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag associated with it. So sometimes these are really hard to detect on radar, and I've got I've got several programs up right now that I'm keeping tabs
Until
on
10 a.m.
potential
for
rotation
for
tracks.
tornadoes, and you're expected wind gusts of 60 miles with penny size here. Time of broadcast at 6:37.
So right now, there are a couple rotation tracks just down around Hume, and another one just east of Butler right now that I'm looking at here with this other program. So, and again, they kind of do this. It's very broad. It's not just one location. They're just putting out a broad statement that there is a possibility that any of these little cells in this polygon does have the potential to spawn a short-lived weak tornado. So that's why they put that tornado possible tag included with this. And what I just tell everybody, if you are able to go ahead and go to your lowest portion of your house, go to your basement, just kind of ride out the storm, because we really don't have an idea where or if a tornado could possibly form in this polygon. So just east of Butler right now, there is a little area of rotation in here that I'm keeping a close eye on. This is east of Butler. This is going to be mainly rural area. That's really about all that I'm seeing right now in the polygon. So I'm probably not going to be answering many questions. I know I've had an influx of about 30 questions in there. But again, if you live in this polygon, if you live in southeastern Miami, eastern Lynn, southern Cass, western Henry, Bates County, or southwestern Johnson County in west central Missouri, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, meaning that any of these cells in this polygon has the potential to produce a very short-lived weak tornado. So again, this is something I'm keeping very close eye on. And right now, looks like the greatest, if there's going to be a threat where I'm watching closely, is going to be just on the east side of Butler over towards Spruce. This is where I see the most rotation of this storm is located at right now, in that cell just east of Butler, heading over towards Spruce, and then eventually over to Montrose. But if you're inside this polygon, let me just shoot over here. If you are inside this polygon that I am drawing right here, then we need to, and what I always tell people, tornado possible tag, you go ahead and go to the lowest portion of your house, go to your basement, let's ride out this storm. So, because it's going to be very hard to detect at times where a possible short-lived, very weak tornado could pop up here. I've got many screens up right now. I'm watching this very closely. But again, the strongest rotation in that polygon that I'm seeing is just east of Butler near Spruce, and also right down here near Hume. This is right down here at the corner of the polygon. Let me show you guys where the rotation tracks are currently at right now. So this is what I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at this area just east of Butler, near Spruce. And there is some rotational tracks with this as well. And then, of course, down here just east of Hume, near Foster. And this is in Bates County, west of Rich Hill. It's going to be moving up toward the Butler area. So those two areas are really where I'm going to be focusing on while we have this severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible tag included with it. So really seeing a this is a very strong area of rotation down here. Now we're New Hume. This is going to be heading up toward Butler. And again, keeping a very close eye on that particular part of the cell, as well as east of Butler, along this area right in here. This is where I'm keeping a very close eye on. We have another hail core that's going to be coming through Clinton, here in Henry County. Rich Hill is having pea-sized hail right now, 8 miles east of Rich Hill. That's going to be associated right in here. Pea-sized hail. So we do have some broad rotation just southwest of Clinton right now, but I believe that is associated with some large hail that is I'd say large hail up above our heads. We might be getting pea-sized hail here in Clinton, but that's what that is associated with right now, I believe. I don't think that's anything for us to have to worry about. But still very concerned, mainly with this area right down here, just east of Foster, right in this area here. This is going to be moving up toward Butler. And then, of course, right over here, just east of Butler, just north of Spruce. Watching that area right now. So these two areas right now that we're seeing on velocity, you know, we had the reds and the greens together. I think both of these are associated with little hail cores. As you can see, we have some of the purple, so to speak, here just north of Clinton again. And again, this is going to be down by Maysburg, just west of Lucas, just northwest of New Piper. We've got some purples there. That's associated with some small pea-sized hail as well. And that correlates well with these signatures here on velocity radar. So this little area coming up here toward Butler, this area right here, and again, this entire area is under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. And that's the first one I've seen the National Weather Service issued along this line, is for the potential, because these storms are spinning very, very fast right now, that they kind of put a blanket around this severe thunderstorm warning for that possibility of a short-lived, probably a weak tornado possibility with any of these cells. So keeping a very close eye, and especially right here, right over Butler right now. Right in this area, I'm keeping a very close watch on right now. This is going to be coming up on the southwest side of Butler. So if nothing else, we've got some very strong winds down here just southwest of Butler, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Likely, not all of that is hitting the surface. I tell you what, guys, with this again being a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, I would, anywhere in here from Rich Hill, I'm starting to see some mix right here, likely right in here, of the possibility of maybe some weak rotation. We also have another one right up here near Butler. So again, with this being a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, I tell everybody, you get underneath severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado possible tag, you go ahead and go to your tornado safe spot. Go to the lowest portion of your house, go to your basement, and just ride out the storm, because it's very, very hard to detect these little spin-ups on radar. I'm using 3 software programs, and it's really tough to try to figure out exactly where these little spin-ups could pop up at. But and again, looking at a couple things here, I'm looking at right near Butler. Another one right down here. Let me blow this up just a little bit here for you guys. This one right here near Butler is it really got my attention. And hopefully everybody in that area has went ahead and, under my recommendation, go ahead and go to the lowest portion of their house. If nothing else, there's some very strong winds now just coming up on the south side of Butler right now. And then again, right down here, not quite as prevalent, but maybe just a little bit further south, maybe just east of Foster. And again, the one that's going over 7 Highway right now, when you're looking at this under normal pretense, we're looking for any signs of rotation. That is a rotation signature, but at the same time, it's also associated with some hail. And you have to have some rotation and a strong updraft in order for hail to be created. So you have to differentiate between hail, possibility of strong wind circulating, and sometimes it becomes really tough to distinguish. But nonetheless, we've got some very strong winds down here south of Butler on the south side. Almost 90-mile-an-hour winds, and again, this is going to be up in the atmosphere. It might not be all the way transitioning down to the ground, but this has definitely got my attention right now, right around the Butler area. I am going to change radar sites here real quick. I'm going to jump over to the Springfield site. And that's not going to help me out any at all. We have about 23 minutes left on this. And again, this is on the east side of Butler now. Still has my attention. East side of Butler now. We've got about 93 mile per hour winds. And again, this is going to be not reaching all the way down to the ground, but definitely something keeping a close eye on. It's raining really hard. Just the gravity of rain is going to shove those winds a little bit closer to the surface. So we have Tyler Wade, 52 exits south of Butler. I know exactly where that is. 60 to 70 mile per hour winds and heavy rain. That was exactly about where that was moments ago. And he was right down here, 52. I think that's right in this area right here. That's Appleton City. So I can definitely see strong straight line winds there. And like I said, it is on the east side of Butler right now. And really right now, that is the primary concern, is with this cell just east of Butler right now. Got about 40-45 mile an hour wind inside Butler right now. Just got a report of. Go ahead and put this back on regular reflectivity here. Kind of take a look at what these storms are doing. So again, this line of storms right here, it's gonna start to affect the rest of eastern Bates County, St. Clair County, Henry County, and on up to Johnson County here over the next 30-40 minutes or so. Also a strong cell down here on the Kansas side. It is clipping parts of southern Vernon County as well. That's also tornado possible tag. So these are the first couple warnings that I've seen that come out with that possibility of a spin up weak tornado associated with. So watching this little area, you guys see this little notch right here? So that's what I kind of look for with these cells, little notches like that. Wow. So just above the surface, about 102 miles per hour. And this is going to be just on the southeast side of Butler. So definitely has my full attention, is this part of this severe thunderstorm warning, including Butler, just east of Butler. And of course, this is going to continue to head on up, likely just north of Spruce, mainly in rural areas, Ballard, Johnstown, New Piper, Germantown, possibly. So we'll keep a close eye on this right here over the next few minutes. Okay. My eyes are going cross-eyed right now. I'm staring too much and I'm not blinking. Show you guys where the rotation tracks are currently positioned at right now. And again, we got a couple of rotational tracks southeast of Butler. We also have it's actually a signature of rotation. That's what's called a TVS marker just on the east side of Butler right now. So notice there's really not too much of the way of any other tracks except for a small hail core near Urich. But this is the primary focus point that I am keeping a very close eye on. Okay, so now look at this, guys. This is what I'm concerned about. Now we're starting to see some rotation. If I was you guys, if you guys live east of 49, this is going to be 5004 road, 6004 road. I would go ahead, most definitely take your tornado precaution with this. Now we have very.
Work on weather team is David Taylor. Your morning announcements today is Wednesday, April 2nd.
This is a
0800.
God dang it.
Some of you may.
So again, 5004 road, 6004 road, eventually going to be coming up here to Ballard, Johnstown. I believe that is DD Highway out of Passaic. No McElwains live in that area. I really don't know anybody else, but this is going to be kind of the focal point right here, guys. So
you could provide any assistance. They
we
were advised that you would be advised, but I'm sure what assistance you would be able to provide.
So again, the very large severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. I am going to go ahead and take a screenshot of this. And this is what I look for. Is this right here. I'd look for a small area of rotation, and to put things in perspective, we've got about 85 mile an hour winds going toward the radar, and we've got about look like the strongest is about 10-15 mile an hour winds going away from radar. So of course, with that in mind, we're gonna have rotation within that, and actually we can see rotation tracks right now, definitely showing that right now with a little bit of curvature right there. So, guys, take your tornado precaution. I don't know why this is not tornado warned right now, but it needs to be tornado warned. It needs to be tornado warned. That is definitely likely a tornado ongoing just northeast of Butler right now. This is going to be heading up toward Ballard. If you are in Ballard, please take your tornado precautions. It really doesn't get any better than that in this type of situation. It's going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it. But if you live in this area, it's likely. Okay, so I don't know what this is. We do have weather radio going off. Okay, they issued a tornado warning. So that's a very good call on them. So we now have a tornado warning. Let's hear what it says. National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill issued a tornado warning for southeastern Cass County, northwestern Henry County, northeastern Bates County, southwestern Johnson County, all in west central Missouri. Producing a tornado was located near Butler. So this is just northeast of Butler proper. There's our center of circulation, is right here. We're going to follow this. Very good, Chad. Thank you very much. That is Bates County Sheriff's Department in our chat. They just issued a tornado emergency warning now for this area. So please take your tornado precautions. Ballard, Maysburg, Lucas, Johnstown, Spruce. I think this is going to stay maybe just to your north, but I would go ahead, take your tornado precautions, guys. Thank you. It's great when you have that support of local law enforcement such as Chad. He does a great job over there in Bates County. I appreciate that. So again, we have a tornado warning for eastern Bates County as well as western Henry County, and it's associated with this right here, guys. This is what we're looking at. This is just northeast of Butler. It is heading toward Ballard and rural areas of Bates County into Henry County. So if you live along 10504 road, looks like that is 11550 road. Put things in perspective. This is DD Highway that runs from Passaic over to Ballard. That's kind of a shortcut. So anywhere along that, I know McElwain's, they have a huge ag operation out there along DD Highway. They're going to be under the gun as well as Ballard. Venture, right now I'm focused on this cell only right now. And I'll get to questions after we get this tornado warning behind us. But we need to definitely keep everybody up to date on this tornado warning that is currently ongoing here in Bates and Henry County. Oh gosh. Okay, so we do have a debris ball signature on coalition coefficient. So this is measuring the different size particles up suspended in the air. And what this is actually showing, it is now showing a debris signature right here. Okay, so we've got a debris signature So again, if you live anywhere in this polygon, you guys need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions right now. That includes Johnstown, Spruce, Ballard, Altona, Lucas, New Piper, Piper. And we'll see where this goes from here. But that right there is about as confirmation as you can get with the tornado being on the ground right now. Yeah, you can see it wrap around. Look at that. So you've got these winds that are coming into the storm, and it's being wrapped around. That's a great indication that you have likely a tornado, or at least a wall cloud that is wrapping up right there.
They have a spin machine of motion showing bird alarm.
So again, this is likely going to be rain wrap. You are not going to see it, guys. Do not go out on the front porch and see if you can see this. You will not be able to see it. So I am going to try to pull up. That is the west camera. See if I can catch this on, well, our west camera. That'd be our southwest camera from home. Okay, I am actually looking right now at the southwest side of Clinton. I will keep my eye peeled on that. I do believe this will likely stay just northwest of Clinton. And see, you can't even tell anything from this. That's the reason why you have to go to, it's totally rain wrapped. And that's one of the reasons why you have to go with velocity radar. You have to know what you're doing in order to be able to determine what is going on underneath those clouds. We talked about storm chasers earlier, about knowing how to read radar. It's imperative. Otherwise, you will drive right into it. So we're still showing definite rotation. This is just to the west of Johnstown right now, is where the center of this circulation is. Going to put this in motion. So again, this is, we still have another 22 minutes. I hope they're not just now getting that tornado warning out to the law enforcement. I'm hearing on the scanner right now. So another 21 minutes. Okay, so guys, we might have two tornadoes on the ground. This one just another area of rotation just south of Ballard. Okay, just south of Ballard. Trying to get something that I can see with here. Holy cow. That's a big debris ball. We could be looking at two different areas of circulation with this, guys. Possibly twins. The first one being just west of Johnstown, and another one just south of Ballard. So again, if you live in this polygon, you need to be taking tornado precautions anywhere. Anywhere within this polygon. And that's going to include Uric, Creighton, Blairstown, Ballard, Piper, New Piper, Delmar. I want everybody to take their tornado precautions if you're in this polygon. What I always say, respect the polygon. This has a definite debris signature, meaning that a tornado is likely rain wrapped and on the ground, and it has debris up into the atmosphere right now. We have a debris signature. And again, this is just north of Spruce. We have two areas of... Dang, pen won't write. Right there, and we have another one right there. So a very large debris signature, guys. And again, I want everybody in this polygon to take their tornado precaution. It could cycle, but one thing for sure, we have a debris signature, meaning a tornado on the ground with debris in the atmosphere. That is a debris signature. That is what we look for confirmation a tornado is on the ground. This is rain wrapped. You will not see it coming, guys. You will not see it coming. If it continues to show this signs of a tornado, I say that because this thing is really cooking. It's moving 76 miles per hour to the northeast right now. So they likely could extend that. It could include the city of Clinton here in the next few minutes. But we are watching it very closely right now. And so... if somebody would, I don't want to leave radar right now. Will somebody please check the weather radio and see if the weather radio is working? So, yeah, guys. So, we've, definitely still have that potential of a tornado being on the ground. Maysburg, Lucas, New Piper, Delmar, Hartwell, Uric. You guys need to go ahead and get into your basement. You got plenty of time. Get to the lowest portion of your house. Okay, thank you guys. Okay, guys, so we have got a deputy that has a confirmed tornado on the ground. It is on the ground, and this is west of Ballard. Just west of Ballard, tornado on the ground. This is observed. At 7:12, confirmed tornado located 8 miles northwest of Montrose, 14 miles east of Adrian, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, damaging tornado. So if you live Blairstown, Uric, if you're going across 7 Highway, you need to stay where you're at. Do not be crossing in between Creighton, Hartwell. Do not be crossing 7 Highway. Stay where you're at. Let this go ahead and go past. This is going to be just east of Ballard, guys. This is going to be east of Ballard, not west of Ballard. East of Ballard. The good news is that the coalition coefficient is not as prevalent as what it was just moments ago. I'm not seeing that big confirmation of a debris signature, but nonetheless, we definitely have a velocity signature showing something I haven't seen before. we'll wait for the next round to come through, but 119 miles per hour. So regardless, on velocity radar, still showing the potential of a tornado here in Henry County. So please stay in your tornado safe spot until you get the all clear from me. So sirens are going off in Garden City. That's great. And again, if you're in this polygon, need to be in your safe spot. This is an observed tornado. Now has moved into Henry County. And again, if you are traveling or if you have a loved one or a friend that's traveling 7 highway between Creighton and Clinton, tell them to stay where they're at. Do not be in between Creighton and about Hartwell. And again, this is the primary concern right now. We have a tornado emergency going on here in parts of Bates and Henry County. And this thing's going to be rain wrapped. Do not go out there on your porch, guys, and try to find it. This is rain wrapped. You will not see it. So still not, the good news is that debris ball, that debris signature is not showing up as prevalent as what it was. That's good news, meaning that hopefully the tornado has gone back up and we don't see all the debris up there in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So we'll continue to watch. And again, the velocity is still showing a strong potential of possibly of it happening again. We still have a lot of circulation right there that's going to be coming across 7 Highway. So still, stay in your safe spot. We still have another 12 minutes left of this tornado warning. And then we'll continue to see if the National Weather Service will extend this out a little bit further. So again, good news is that we're not quite seeing that debris signature. It's not quite as wrapped up with the wind speed like it was. So that's good news. But nonetheless, we need to continue to respect the polygon. Stay in your safe spot until you get the all clear from me. It's 7:20 a.m. and I know this is not a good time for you guys. Everybody is getting ready for work, heading to work, heading to school, getting the kiddos ready. Not the most, I don't set the time on this, so don't be upset at me. But it's definitely something we've been watching for, hopefully prepared for. But again, right now, I am not seeing any sure tell signs that anything is currently on the ground. Just a small little CC drop over 7 Highway, but that could be violation of the radar, which like ground clutter we'll just wait for the next update on that. But still very strong winds regardless, guys. I mean, we've got 75 mile an hour going toward the radar site in Pleasant Hill. and we've got 20, 25 mile an hour winds going the opposite direction. So we still have a lot of turning of the atmosphere right now. So what needs to happen, we need another tornado warning as an extension. This thing is still showing definite signs of rotation with as this thing continues on. So I don't see tornado on the ground right now, but I do think there's enough spin in that atmosphere to be able to keep a tornado warning ongoing out ahead of this. That will include Chehaui, Blairstown, Leeton, Bowen, Windsor, Calhoun, and possibly even Clinton, although I do believe the main circulation is just going to stay just to the north of Clinton. So again, it's coming right over 7 Highway between Clinton and Creighton. Could be maybe a little CC drop just east of Uric right now. So again, that matches up very well. That matches up very well with the circulation that we're seeing right now. All right, guys, we have a new tornado warning. So this is going to be radar indicated northern Henry County, southwestern Pettis County, southeastern Johnson County, in west central Missouri. That is a new tornado warning. I did not hear my weather radio go off. So please let people know. Let people know. The weather radio did not go off for this tornado warning. I do not believe that the weather radios are working properly right now. So if you're in Windsor, Bowen, Leeton, Chehaui, Blairstown, Uric, Calhoun, you guys need to be in your tornado safe spot. You need to be in your basement. You need to be in the center portion of your home. Leeton, we need to make sure that our schools are taking their tornado precautions. Leeton, Chehaui, Blairstown, Windsor schools, Calhoun schools. You guys need to be doing what you practice in a tornado drill that needs to be happening right now. Yes, so give me 1 second here. Because of that, I am going to make a few phone calls right now. The all right, so, and again, And again, it's the worst time. Windsor, Bowen, Leeton, Chehaui, Blairstown, Calhoun, Shawnee Mound schools, they all need to be in their tornado safe spot. They need to be practicing their tornado drill. They've done this several times. They know exactly what to do. We need to help protect those kiddos. Yeah, so we definitely have one wrapped up here, guys. This is actually just east and north of Hartwell. It is going to be heading toward Huntingdale, Shawnee Mound, Quarles, Lewis. This is going to stay just to the north of Clinton. We can actually see this thing wrapping up a little bit here. Right here.
Stand by for weather alert tones.
All right, guys. So we also have another tornado warning for Vernon County. This is going to include Nevada. Again.
Clinton cars, county cars, information. Tweet, Calhoun, Blairstown, Windsor. Hurricane Clinton in this tornado warning.
Hey. Okay, guys. So if you live in Windsor, looks like Johnson County is stating that Windsor is not sounding. So make sure everybody in Windsor, if you have any friends or family, make sure they are aware of that. But we do have a tornado warning that's going to impact just to the north of Clinton. But this is including Chehaui, Leeton, Bowen, Windsor, Calhoun. I do hear our sirens here in Clinton. I do believe that the center of circulation is likely just to the north of Clinton. But nonetheless, if you're in Clinton, go ahead and take your tornado safe spot. I don't know. Am I hearing sirens in Clinton?
314 times 2.
Hang on 1 second. I thought I heard going off. 1 second.
I can definitely try calling the director and see what's up.
Okay, I do not believe Clinton sirens they are sounding it. I don't know how Clinton's tornado sirens are being sounded. All right, guys. So just got off the phone with Assistant Fire Chief. We're not sure exactly why the Clinton sirens are sounding right now. However, nonetheless, we have a tornado warning for northern Henry County. It is radar indicated. There is still some rotation.
Cold Creek Road, 13 Highway for storm spawning, crew 2.
Copy, Cold Creek, 734.
I'm trying to get here. Trying to take a look at everything, all the information that I can get right now, guys.
Central 101, I had negative contact with that director.
Copy this. Try KD and see if we can get a hold of Sadie out there.
Copy.
And again, the weather radios are not working. Just got confirmation from National Weather Service. They are out. So again, we will not be able to depend on weather radios yet again. So, man, it's I don't know what's going on with that, guys. That's something we'll have to figure out at a later time right now, but so we still have a couple areas of rotation that I'm watching. And again, right now, nothing is indicating that anything is currently on the ground. One moment, please. All right, guys, just got off the phone with Henry County Dispatch, kind of letting them know what we have going on right now. And again, I am picking up a little bit of a debris signature. Now it dissipated, so that's good news. It was just west of Leeton, Right now, I'm not seeing any indication that there's anything on the ground right now. We do have rotation in a couple areas that I'm watching. One is actually near Huntingdale, and then another one is up here near Leeton. So definitely watching this area. Right now, this one here near Huntingdale is probably the most prevalent that I can see. This is right in between Quarles and Huntingdale. This is going to be crossing over 13 highway, Shawnee Mound School. Hopefully you guys are still in your safe spot at school. It is not over yet. So it might not look all that impressive outside, but trust me, these things are going to likely be rain wrapped. So we definitely need to keep our tornado precautions. And again, the most prevalent rotation right now is between Huntingdale and Quarles. And this is going to be, let's see here, this is going to be along, let's see here, this is going to be right along Northwest 201 Road that runs north and south. And again, this is right along Northeast 770 Road. So, okay, so Shawnee Mound weather radios are back working again, according to the National Weather Service. So that's good news. But again, we can't rely on those. We just can't rely on the weather radios right now. So make sure you have an app on your phone, Storm Shield, American Red Cross emergency app. And again, right now I'm not seeing, and take a look here real quick. So we still have that tornado ongoing for St. Clair County now. So we have a lot of things to look at right now, guys. I'm trying to get to as many as I can. We do now have a tornado warning for Vernon County, St. Clair County, Henry County right now. So definitely need to we definitely need to be on our A game today. Windsor is not in the clear, Angelica. You're in a tornado warning. You need to be in the basement. Windsor is not in the clear. Okay. We might even actually have a debris ball with this one going into St. Clair County. Oh, yeah. This is on the south side of Nevada, guys. South side of Nevada. If you live in Nevada, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. If you're in this polygon, you need to take this seriously. So we've got a debris signature coming into Nevada. So take your tornado precautions if you live in Nevada. This is observed. So this is northwestern St. Clair, northwestern Vernon County. It was over Nevada, moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. This is likely going to be a tornado emergency for the city of Nevada. So right now, if you are National Weather Service in Pleasant Hill has not issued a tornado warning yet for Bates County. They likely will. So if you live down here from Rich Hill to Appleton City, go ahead and use this as a tornado warning. Go ahead and go to your basement if you live from Rich Hill to Appleton City and south, you need to go to your basement. They're really behind right now. So this is an observed tornado going into the town of Nevada. So this is a tornado emergency. Everybody in Nevada needs to be underground right now. And with the storm up here in Henry County, Southern Johnson County, Pettis County, we still have a tornado warning for the next 19 minutes. This is radar indicated. I'm not showing really any signs of anything being on the ground right now. That's good news. However, you need to go ahead and stay in your safe spot. If you are in Leeton, Windsor, Post Oak, Henrietta, Sutherland, Burtville, and of course Calhoun, you guys need to stay in your safe spot till you get that all clear. So we still have a couple of areas of rotation ongoing right now. One just south of Leeton. Another one a little bit further north up here south of Whiteman Air Force Base. So definitely need to stay in your tornado safe spot. Again, I want to stress, if you are in Vernon County, St. Clair County, in between Rich Hill and Appleton City even, you need to be in your basement right now. We have a confirmed tornado going through Nevada. It is currently at the Nevada airport. We have a debris signature. So definitely likely a tornado on the ground doing damage right now in Nevada. Still watching this area here near Clinton. Watch this area just on the north side of Clinton. Be watching this. This is going to be going up toward Calhoun. So the tornado warning has expired for our county. Okay, that's for Johnson, Henry, Pettis County. It has canceled that tornado warning for right now. So again, the primary concern right now, Vernon County, just northeast of Nevada, on up into northwest St. Clair County. This is going to include Appleton City schools. There is a potential they may go ahead and issue one for southeastern Bates County. That's going to be mainly from Rich Hill to Appleton City. Right across this National Weather Service Pleasant Hill area. So they might very much likely issue a tornado warning to coincide with Springfield National Weather Service Polygon. But regardless, I'm telling you, if you're from Rich Hill to Appleton City, you need to be included in this tornado warning.
North Snow Highway area. I'll head down toward 13 in the Montrose area.
That's everything wrong.
All right. So, Johnson, Pettis, Henry County right now, you got the all clear. No tornado warning right now. However, still keeping a close eye on this for any further development. So that's good news right now for Henry, Johnson, Pettis County. Tornado warning was allowed to expire. Weather radios are also up and running again according to the National Weather Service. But make sure you keep a very close eye on that.
So far we just had headed rain.
Right here near Whiteman Air Force Base, just south of Whiteman Air Force Base. We want to keep a good close eye on that. This is in Johnson County. We need to keep a close eye on that. There is some broad rotation there. Nothing to worry about yet, but something I'll be keeping a close eye on. Right now, I am going to focus my attention down here in Vernon, St. Clair County, where it still looks like we have a debris signature ongoing in the town of Walker.
Under the National Weather Service, the tornado warning for northeastern Henry County, southwestern Pettis, and southeastern Davidson has been canceled. The storm's weekend below 3 elements.
So we still have that debris signature near Walker, just southwest of Harwood, and it is moving to the east northeast. Okay, there's the new tornado warning that the Kansas City office posted. And again, this is what I'm saying. From Rich Hill to Appleton City, they went ahead and coincided with Springfield. Now we have tornado warning. This is going to include Appleton City, Hudson, Rockville, Pleasant Gap. So again, it's going to be affecting schools. Appleton City and Hudson schools, you guys need to take your tornado precautions, do your tornado drill, get everybody to your safe designated spot into school. All right, guys. So, again, just a brief recap. I know chat blowing up. My phone has over 100 text messages on it right now. Right now, we were concerned with the tornado warning for Henry, Johnson, and Pettis County. That has been allowed to expire. Now we focus our attention down to the south, and that's for southeastern Bates County, northwestern St. Clair County, and northeastern Vernon County. An ongoing tornado warning. It is observed. We do have a debris signature, meaning that one is on the ground doing damage right now. The only other area that I've been watching was just south of Knob Noster. I've got it up on another screen right now. I will be glancing at that. But right now, I'm concerned with this potential tornado near Harwood, Walker, moving to the northeast. It's going at a pretty good clip as well. Going to be hitting Shell City, Indian Spring, Prairie City, Rockville, Hudson, Appleton City, Johnson City, Copeland. So we have a couple schools in this area. So hopefully they are taking their tornado precautions, something they practice every year, tornado drill at the schools. So they're taking their tornado precautions. And of course, we'll continue to watch this as it continues this northeast movement. Possibly incorporate yet Henry County again here in the next 20-30 minutes. So I'm really focusing on radar and my screens, trying to get the warnings out as fast as I can. I apologize if you're asking questions about Warsaw or Kansas City or St. Louis. I'm not going to answer those questions right now. We're going to be focused on what's pertinent in front of us right now. And looks like we have a tornado warning still ongoing for Vernon, as well as southeast Bates County, northwest St. Clair County. Right now, we still have a debris signature showing up near Harwood. This has moved up a little bit further near Shell City and Rockville right now. Looks like that center of circulation is probably just south of Rockville. It is rain wrapped. So again, guys, you're not gonna see it coming. So we need to go ahead and make sure we're in our safe spot. Another center of circulation is also just southeast of Shell City. So definitely something we need to keep a very close eye on. And again, up here near Windsor, you guys are going to get hit with this strong thunderstorm. It is not severe warned. I'm not seeing anything that's striking right now about this cell, but of course we're keeping very close eye on that here as well. So
Golden Valley, just for information, if you have any traffic since the last time we were on the wrong channel.
all right, so I am going to be kind of looking up here on chat now. If you asked a question 20 minutes ago, it's probably not relevant right now. So what I said about Whiteman Air Force Base, I am watching. It's actually just to the east now, over in Pettis County, but there are some small, broad areas of rotation that I'm watching right now. Nothing is prevalent here on radar, but I am keeping a very close eye along 50 Highway around Lamont. A couple little areas down right around Windsor, very broad rotation, but I've got that on another screen, and I'll be watching that closely here over the next few minutes to make sure this thing does not spin up another short-lived tornado. El Dorado Springs, you're just getting light rain right now, Remington. You're good to go. Take a look at this next update here. So, okay, so right now it is radar indicated. It is not observed anymore, so that's good news. Let's take a look at CC. So still seeing a pretty good debris signature here right over Shell City. Maybe another one up here northwest of Rockville. Guys, if you have anybody in Nevada, say family, friends, neighbors, you need to be checking on Nevada. I think Nevada probably took a pretty good hit from a tornado on the ground with the size of the debris signature. So if anybody has any friends, family, loved ones down in the Nevada city limits, you might want to call. I don't know about if there's power outages down there, but it looks like Nevada probably took a pretty direct hit from that tornado. Oh, good, John. You're from down that direction? Just went through the east side of Nevada, semi-sideways on 49. Great, great, John. I did not like the way that looked earlier today. All right, Appleton City School has already been taking shelter. Fantastic. The whole town is out of power in Nevada. Thanks, John. All right, so we still have an ongoing tornado warning. This is really just about out of Vernon County, mainly in St. Clair County. It's going to be southeastern Bates County. Right now, of course, this is including Appleton City, Hudson schools. So definitely need to still be in your tornado precautions right now. Still might have a little bit of rotation right over Rockville. Very, nothing is really sticking out right now, guys, on this. But, we do have inflow coming up into that storm right here. It gets wrapped around, and typically that's what we'll be looking at right in that area. But still not showing anything, is not sticking out to me. Kind of let me know, hey, there's likely a tornado on the ground, even though I'm seeing this, and I know that's what I've circled in the past. But what I'm looking at, that looked like that could be debris signature, but what I'm looking at right there is actually could be a hail core. But definitely keeping a very close eye on this area. Appleton City, Diana, Appleton City is under a tornado warning. You need to be in your safe spot. So about another 17 minutes left on this tornado warning. Yeah, what we were looking at, I'll show you my other screen, but it's well to the east of Knob Noster right now, so nothing too concerning. Knob Noster, Warrensburg. That area of rotation that I was kind of watching is now north of 50 Highway, just northeast of Lamont, kind of in between Lamont and Hughesville. That's that area of rotation I'm watching on another screen right now. Right now, nothing is sticking out right now with that particular cell. So it looks like the center of rotation right now, they went ahead and canceled southeast Bates County. And the reason behind that was because of this right here. This is going to be the center of circulation. Looks like it's just southeast of Appleton City proper. Looks like it's also going to stay southeast of Hudson Schools. Now, Hudson, you are not in this tornado warning anymore. So it's safe at the schools. You can go ahead and come out of your tornado safe spot. Appleton City, even though this will likely skirt you just a little bit to your east, go ahead and stay in your tornado safe spot. We have about another 15 minutes left on this tornado warning for St. Clair County. I'm going to pull this out here real quick. So, the only severe warning that we have right now in west central Missouri is going to be for this tornado warning in northeast St. Clair County. There is still quite a bit northwest St. Clair County, including Appleton City. There is still quite a bit of rotation with it, even though it's rather broad. but we will see if it tightens up any. This will be heading into Henry County, so this will be likely affecting Deepwater along 52 highway between Montrose and Deepwater, and then coming up from the southwest closer to Ladue, Sparrowfoot Access, and Clinton. So we will be watching this very closely here over the next few minutes. But right now, this is really the only severe warned storm we have now here in west central Missouri, and that's for that tornado warning for northwest St. Clair County. It is 8:02, and it feels like it ought to be about 11 o'clock at night right now. So, very long morning. And of course, we were watching for this potential. And of course, everybody that stepped out early this morning knew that it warmed up overnight. We had a lot more moisture that was ongoing here in west central Missouri. It felt a little humid. And that's what's driving these thunderstorms. And of course, when you got storm speeds that are traveling 50, 60 miles per hour, you have 70, 80 mile an hour winds just above the surface at a couple thousand feet. You get that rotational shear. So unfortunately, we've heard of damage in Nevada. We've also have confirmation tornado was on the ground just east of Butler, near Ballard. So hopefully the damage is not too extensive with that particular cell, but we'll know more once we get through these next warnings. Still showing a little bit of rotation right now. Still east of Appleton City. This is going to be actually, what is that, Ohio? That's the town of Ohio. So really in between Larry City and Appleton City. It's going to be coming up near Copeland and mainly rural areas of northwest St. Clair County. So that's where kind of the center of circulation is right now. It will be heading up into Henry County. And not sure if they will extend a tornado warning. I'm not seeing impressive signs that there could be a possible tornado here. But nonetheless, we need to keep a close eye on this. It would affect Brownington, Deepwater, stay probably just to the west of Montrose, and then heading up toward Ladue, Sparrowfoot Access, and Clinton. So we will definitely be keeping a close eye on that right now. So again, National Weather Service just mentioned to me that they should be working properly now, the weather radios. So hopefully weather radios are working. Again, this just drives home the fact that you have to have multiple means to be able to get watches, warnings, and advisories. That's why it's so important to have an app on your phone. Cell signals hardly ever go down. They do occasionally, but always have an app on your phone that will notify you in case of a warning. Just one that came into Bates County, they moved into Henry County earlier, right when the weather radios went down. So if people were relying on weather radio, it would not have gone off. So that's why it's so important to have other apps on your phone. So right now, it's kind of a waiting game right now, guys. This here is our problem child right now. We still have another 9 minutes left on this tornado warning. It is spinning. There is circulation here. That's what you're actually seeing right here. It's actually circulating. We're watching for any tightening of this circulation. With these, all right, so we have another severe thunderstorm warning, and it's going to be with this cell down here that is southeast of Nevada, that is going to be moving up into St. Clair County. So you've got eastern Vernon County, southwestern St. Clair County. You guys are under the gun under a severe thunderstorm warning for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds associated with this cell right down here. So there is a little bit better rotation on this last scan. This is moved into Henry County now. So this is in between Montrose and Deepwater on Highway 52. So if you know anybody along 52 Highway, in between Deepwater and Montrose, there's going to be an area of circulation, possibility of some strong straight line winds. That's going to be going over 52 Highway here just in a matter of just a few moments. So this is going to be down Southwest 1000 Road. That looks like Southwest 700 Road. 900 Road. And of course then we got 52 Highway right here that runs from Montrose to Deepwater. So that's where we're watching for right here. Lakeland is, let's see here, Osceola. So, my gosh, now we have another big circulation down here. This is going to be southeast of El Dorado Springs. And definitely seeing some signs of some very narrow rotation. This is going to be southwest of El Dorado Springs, south of 54 Highway. So definitely be keeping an eye on that one. And then, of course, we're watching very closely this spin in the atmosphere along 52 Highway. And guys, unfortunately, my weather radio did not go off for St. Clair County. I don't know what they've got going on, but my weather radio should have went off for St. Clair County. It did not go off for me. So, you know, we've got a couple of storms out there we're watching very closely. We have one in southwestern Henry County. Those in Appleton City. And again, it looks like it had pretty much moved to the north of Appleton City. So even though you're still under a tornado warning, right now, you're pretty much in the clear if you're in Appleton City. I am watching this area of rotation right here going over 52 Highway in between Montrose and Deepwater for any signs of strengthening. And also, right down here just southwest of El Dorado Springs, we have another circulation that's developing down there that will likely stay on the east side of Vernon County and southwest St. Clair County. We'll be watching that very closely over the next few minutes. For those of you that have any family down here in Joplin, Carthage, Webb City, Carl Junction, there is a tornado warning for that area. But we are going to concentrate on these cells up here in west central Missouri. So, all right, guys, you're gonna have to give me about 2 minutes. So I need to use the restroom for about the last 2.5 hours. Give me 1 moment. Alright guys, I am back. Alright, so we do have this cell that's coming up on Clinton right now. This was the same cell that spawned a tornado warning down in St. Clair County. It still has some broad rotation, but coming into Clinton right now is just showing some very gusty wind, possibly up to 45 miles per hour, coming into the southwest side of Clinton right now. Very broad rotation. I'm not too overly concerned about that particular cell right now. So taking a look at this cell down here near El Dorado Springs right now, still showing pretty good rotation. Went through El Dorado Springs, right? It's very broad, probably some strong straight line winds through El Dorado Springs. Not showing any tightening up. It's a little less prevalent than what it was just moments ago. We're still showing some pretty good rotation down there around El Dorado Springs, but you are under a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 45 minutes for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, any friends, relatives down here in Joplin, Webb City, Carl Junction, Carthage, you are under a tornado warning for the next 30 minutes. It is radar indicated, but you can definitely tell that area of rotation is nearly right on top of Joplin. So keep that up right now so I can take a look at both of the storms there. I've got both of my move this back over here. Okay, there it is. That's what I was looking at right there. We have a new tornado warning. I was just confirming that right now with that. So we have a new tornado warning. This is going to be for St. Clair County, southern St. Clair County. This is going to be northwestern Cedar County, southern St. Clair County, east central Vernon County until 8:45. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near El Dorado Springs, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that's what we just looked at here moments ago. It is just to the east of El Dorado Springs right now, the center of that circulation. Maybe a small debris signature just east of El Dorado Springs. We'll wait for another cycle of radar to make sure that's not just a little stretching of the radar. But nonetheless, we've got a tornado warning ongoing for El Dorado Springs, Roscoe, Collins, Wablo. You're not in that warning polygon right now, but you're awfully close to. You're going to be awfully close to this storm. So, I know we have a lot of schools in session right now. Want to make sure everybody. We want to make sure everybody stays safe. And again, center of circulation is to the east of El Dorado Springs. And again, I'm starting to see a little bit of a debris signature just to the northeast of El Dorado Springs. So, strong storm in Henry County. It is not severe warned. Right now, I am not seeing kind of south of Chehaui. Not seeing a whole lot here in Henry County right now. Show you guys what I'm looking at. Couple small rotation tracks right here. This is what I'm focusing on right here. So we have two areas of rotation. We have one right here at just east of El Dorado Springs. And we also have another one down by Montevallo. If I'm saying that properly, Montevallo. So definitely keeping an eye on that as well. So one right here and another one looked like right down here at the tip of the cell is where those areas of rotation are currently at. So those are the two storms that we're concentrating on right now here in West Central Missouri. We have one up here in Henry County, watching for any signs of rotation out of that cell. And then, of course, we have a brand new tornado warning for El Dorado Springs, Collins, Roscoe, down in southern St. Clair County. We also have another cell down here. Webb City, Carthage, you guys are under a gun, under a tornado warning as well. It is still radar indicated. It's going to be moving off to the northeast, going to be affecting Golden City, Lockwood, Greenwood, Newport, Dadeville. Looks like this thing had maybe shifted just a little bit further north. This is kind of to the west of Roscoe. Seeing some rotation just to the southwest of Roscoe. This is going to be north of El Dorado Springs. Near Tiffin and New Orr. So, kind of rural areas. But definitely Roscoe, Vista, you guys are in the path of this storm. We still have 3 areas of circulation. Of course, that's the biggest one right there. Just kind of northeast of El Dorado Springs. Just barely inside of the tornado polygon. Thank you, Lucky, for your support, buddy. I appreciate that super sticker. Still showing rotation. Riding right up on the edge of that polygon, going very close to Roscoe. So, if you live in Tiffin, New Orr, Osage Heights, Roscoe, this is where that center of circulation is heading. Take a look here at this cell here. Just east of Clinton. So kind of watching this little area right here. This is east of Clinton. Kind of just southwest of Calhoun. There is a little bit of circulation showing up here just southwest of Calhoun. So we're keeping a very close eye on that as well on all my screens. Sarah, you guys are good to go. If you're in the Golden Valley Memorial Hospital Clinic, you guys are good to go. You need to go ahead and you guys can get out of the basement. You're in the all clear at Golden Valley Hospital. Yep, sirens going off right here, El Dorado Springs. We are watching that very closely, as well as east of Clinton, just south of Calhoun. Watching this little notch right here, just coming into Calhoun. Give it a second for it to kind of load up. So yeah, this is a little area right here. It does have some spin to it. Just making sure that it's not going to intensify any, like some of these other storms have further south. And right now, guys, I apologize. There's so many questions. Over 700 some odd questions. I'm a one-man show. I cannot answer all the questions. We are actually dealing with the 2 prevalent storms here in west central Missouri, and that's the one down in southern St. Clair County, down around just east of El Dorado Springs. This is going to remain north of Stockton, and this is going to look like it's going to be heading up close to 13 Highway, Osceola, although you're not in that tornado polygon. Between Larry City and Osceola, you guys need to be prepared for some strong straight line winds and the possibility of this thing even extending the tornado warning closer to your area. So that's for Larry City and Osceola and points in between right now. Okay, let's see what we've got. We've got a new warning coming out. We got a new tornado warning. Probably going to include Osceola, Larry City. Yep, that's what it is. So what we just got done talking about, guys, this has strengthened up just a little bit. It is just northwest of Osage Heights. They issued a new tornado warning that's going to include Larry City, Osceola, Chalk Level, Fox Run, Browns Ford. It does not include Iconium or the Boy Scout Bartle Reservation as of right now. But Osceola, you're under the gun. Larry City, go ahead, take your tornado precaution. Go to the lowest portion of your homes. Go to the center part of your house away from windows. This right here is where the center of circulation is. And again, just south of Montego Springs, just northwest of Roscoe, just northwest of Osage Heights. That's where the center of circulation is right now. All right, looks like we have another warning coming out, guys. Okay, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. Includes part of Pettis County, but I'm going to tell you guys, if you know anybody just southwest of Pilot Grove, that is a strong reflectivity for a possible tornado just southwest of Pilot Grove, near Pleasant Green, Harrison, Hoffman. Really surprised this is not. They have a tornado possible tag on it right now, but that sure looks awfully impressive to me. We are not going to be spending much time on that right now. We're going to go back down to St. Clair County. But again, if you know anybody in this area from Bel Air, Pilot Grove, Hoffman, Harrison, Pleasant Green, go ahead and have them take their tornado safe spot, guys, because that's I'm really surprised that is not tornado warned right now. All right, guys, so center of circulation right now is north of Osage Heights in St. Clair County. This right here is where that center of circulation is. Thank you guys so much for the support with the super chat, super stickers. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. We've been on a very long time tonight. This morning. Today. Whatever time it is. 8:30 in the morning. All right, guys. So again, anybody in Osceola, Larry City, anybody that is planning on driving or is driving between Osceola and 13, you do not want to be on 13 highway right now. So if you are, say, down in Vista, or if you're up there toward Deepwater, go ahead and pull over. Go ahead and take a little break. Let this cell get past you on 13. And then go ahead and continue your drive. You do not want to be on 13 highway between Larry City and Osceola. You're going to be right in the path of this tornado. I'm going to take a look at Not really anything spectacular showing up under coalition coefficient. What that means is that this particular radar will show the different sizes of particles that are in the air. And of course, raindrops are all going to be about that same size. But if it picks up anything a little bit larger or oblong, it will come back with kind of a weird color on this screen, and that could be debris being lofted up by the tornado, something that that we pay very close attention to. So, all right, so we do have what we just talked about a second ago, guys. This cell that was just outside of Sedalia in Pettis County is now tornado warned. So we had talked about that. Pilot Grove, anybody in this area, Hoffman, Harrison, Speed, Pilot Grove, Bel Air, you guys need to be taking your tornado precautions, guys. A lot to look at here. So, of course, Columbia is likely going to be covering this. I encourage you, if you are in this area, to please, maybe get the campus. That's where I went to school at, meteorology. You go to the campus TV station. I'm sure their meteorology department is covering this. Boonville along I-70. So we're going to be concentrating a little bit further south, but make sure that if you know anybody or if you do live in this polygon, that you go to the lowest portion of your home and take your tornado precautions. We're going to go back down here to this very strong storm coming across 13 Highway right now. Small hail likely in Larry City. Rotation not quite as impressive as what it was a little bit ago. Still a little bit of rotation just west of Osceola. Almost like two circulations here with this cell in St. Clair County, guys. Seeing one just to the west of Osceola and also seeing one just south of Larry City. Both of them are going to be crossing over 13 Highway. So if you're in between Larry City, Osceola, or if you're driving along 13 Highway, say south of Clinton, north of Vista, go ahead and pull over, let these circulations pass 13 Highway, and then go ahead and get back on and continue your drive. But, yes, so Osceola, Larry City, you guys are still under the gun. You need to be in your tornado safe spot. And again, nothing too impressive, but nonetheless, a couple circulations. You are under a tornado warning. Go ahead and respect the polygon and stay in your safe spot for about the next 20 minutes or so. So let's take a look here real quick. Hopefully these are some of the questions that are being asked. And like I said, I'm just overloaded from phone, text messages, from private messages on Facebook, and of course in chat. Just basically overload right now. So you guys bear with me. We're going to take, I want to watch this next. So, and again, not very impressive when it comes to rotation with this cell. Osceola, Lowry City, you guys still under the gun, still under a tornado warning, but thankfully I want to wait till that next update just to make sure nothing new popped up. The rotation tracks that I'm looking at are very weak along 13 highway right now on my other program, so that's good news. I'm going to put this back over to regular radar. We're just going to kind of scroll out just a little bit. So basically this line of storms that we've been following coming across eastern Missouri began to break up and turn into a broken line of supercells all the way down to the Four Corners, down around Joplin and further south. So lots to look over. I think there will likely not see any more development over here. Johnson County, Cass County, Bates County, Vernon County. I think majority of the severe weather is going to be over for this area. We're just waiting for these 3 supercells to get up and out of the area. Still an ongoing radar indicated tornado warning down, looked like just north of Carthage, north of Avila. It's going to be heading up toward Golden City, Lockwood, Newport, Greenfield, Arcola. So that still has another 7 minutes left. We'll see if they extend that time any at all. And then, of course, we still have this one down here in St. Clair County. We will continue to see if that will move over into Benton County. So Benton County's been relatively quiet this morning. This might liven things up over there in Benton County here within the next 20 minutes or so. And of course, we've got this right along I-70, guys. We knew that looked pretty impressive right over Pilot Grove. Now it's over I-70 right now near Boonville. So definitely if you're traveling on I-70 in between Boonville, Columbia, again, know that there is likely a tornado on the ground. Looking at my other, yeah, probably likely right over Boonville almost. So that's likely an area where there could be a tornado ongoing right now. Leesville, just east of Deepwater, Brownington, Tightwad. You guys are getting hit with probably some small hail, probably torrential rains right now. Nothing too overly impressive right now on velocity. This is where we can determine what direction the winds are coming from, see if we see any rotation. Not very impressed with this right now. So I have a feeling they will likely go ahead and probably allow that maybe to even expire a little bit early unless another rotation should happen to come up. Kaylee, thank you so much for the kind words. I sure appreciate that. Thank you. Osceola, huge rain and winds in Osceola. Simple AI for Family. Thank you for that report. Rain started east of Deepwater. I'm going to send it back over to regular radar here. We kind of take a look here. So, yeah, from Vista up through... I'm getting kind of trigger happy with my mouse now. Osceola all the way up. Larry City looks like it has crossed you now. Cross 13 Highway. All right, just checking out some National Weather Service, seeing if there's anything. Yeah, Rick. Ballard is looking just fine right now, and like I said, there's going to be some isolated showers and thunder showers behind this main line right now. But I'm not expecting those to be severe. That's going to be on the back. That's going to be kind of on the back side of the best ingredients for thunderstorms and rotating thunderstorms. So may get a few thunder showers on the back side, but really, Cass County, Bates County, Vernon County, Johnson County, you guys are behind this. I really think the severe threat is probably pretty much over for this area out here. So Rogers, Arkansas still have the main line to come across. So you'll get a little bit of a reprieve, but that's just a secondary line of thunderstorms that come through. The main line is still going to be coming through Rogers, Arkansas. Yeah, we've had several, Katie. We've had several confirmed touchdowns. No, we had one just east of Butler. We had one just south of Ballard. We had one, I don't know, there's about 3 or 4 confirmed tornadoes in west central Missouri so far. So, looks like there's going to be this right here, Golden City, that one that we were watching that come up through Carthage. This is kind of an extension. And this is going to be for Barton, Cedar, and Dade County. This is going to be extension. It's going to take it on up to Jericho Springs and eventually up to Stockton and on up through Humansville. Ham and eggs. I might get some green ham and eggs. Looked like the most dangerous cell here in west central Missouri, one we're keeping a close eye on. It's just about out of St. Clair County. It has moved off to eastern Henry County and into Benton County right now. Not overly impressive as far as velocity. There is some broad rotation, but we're going to keep a close eye on this as it moves into Benton County. So far, all I've seen, Sheila, was radar indicated down around Joplin. Have not seen anything from Springfield about any kind of tornado damage. There was a report of a spotter reporting a tornado on the ground near Joplin Airport. And they mentioned that on TV Channel 7 in Joplin, Sheila. So that's all that I've heard of. Yeah, Clinton is good. Ariel, you're good to go in Clinton. We still have a strong thunderstorm on the east side of Henry County right now. That's all going to be moving over here to Benton County. We're kind of tired of it right now. We'll let Benton County have a little bit. Another strong cell up here in Pettis County. Looked like maybe some small hail moving into Sedalia. And up here near Hughesville. Thank you, David. So, referring to the Nevada tornado. Tornado track has been reported from the south through the east side of Nevada. Multiple semi-trucks have been overturned on I-49. Roofs are off of structures and trees are uprooted. Yeah, Clinton is good right now. Let's take a look at this southern storm here. Holy cow. So this is just northeast of Golden City. This is northwest of Lockwood. Very strong rotation right there. You see where the purples and the blues meet. That is the rotation. Likely a tornado on the ground. Even though we're not necessarily seeing anything on coalition coefficient, this measures the particles up suspended in the atmosphere. We can sometimes see a debris ball. We did see a big debris ball in Nevada. Okay, so that last one looked like we do see a little bit of a debris signature east of Golden City. So that's likely a confirmed tornado on the ground right there, likely. So probably very soon they're going to go ahead and probably allow this to expire early. The tornado warning for St. Clair County. Those storms pretty much have moved out of the area. We'll take a look over here in Benton County. Pettis County's looking pretty good. So this little area up here, maybe people might take notice of that right there. This is northeast of Coal Camp. I'm sorry, northwest of Coal Camp. This is due to a hail core being right there, not necessarily because of rotation of winds on the surface. This is because there's a hail core, there's an updraft, and of course you kind of need a mesocyclone, a spinning thunderstorm for hail to form. So that's a hail core up here. So I'm not seeing anything else that is, how do I want to say, nothing prevalent that I'm really looking at, concerned about in Benton County right now. Windsor, yes, you are in the clear. You still got a little bit, Julia, in Sedalia. You still have this cell here that'll be coming into Sedalia. Let's get that through Sedalia, and then we should be able to put the all clear for Sedalia after that. But give it a few more minutes. Coal Camp, you're getting hit with moderate to heavy rainfall. Leesville, still, as this cell moves out of Henry County, Leesville, you're getting some moderate rainfall right now, but nothing severe here in Benton County or Henry County. And then we're going to have to watch this cell down here near Stockton. It does have a very good velocity signature. Down here just kind of northeast of Golden City. So we're going to watch that, see if it tracks up. Maybe hopefully moves a little bit further east. But that's Humansville, Wablo, Hermitage. You guys would be under the gun if it continues the same track. Yes, Warrensburg is fine. Yeah, man, I think, I think Brownington is going to be fine. And like I said, we got a couple little cells still down here, Fort Scott, Pittsburgh. Right now they're going into not very favorable environment for thunderstorms. So I'm going to be watching them, but I'm not seeing these things turning into anything other than just a rain shower, maybe a clap of thunder, just a garden variety thunderstorm. You bet, Barb. Cheryl, no, I don't think so. We never had no confirmation around the Huntingdale area. But of course, being so rural, we're gonna have to, we're gonna have to wait and get these storms and do some surveys in and around the area to see what was hit and who was affected by these storms. So I will be doing that myself this afternoon. We will be going out and doing some surveying around the county. And so we'll probably have more information on that later on today. Yeah, looked like Larry City, Osceola. You're clear from this line of storms. So, we are going to have to kind of watch these cells coming into Vernon County. One of them does have a little bit of a hail core, even though they're moving into not very not very environmental friendly for thunderstorms. We still got to kind of watch these storms, but I think for the most part, the severe threat is pretty much over for west central Missouri, with the exception of Pettis County right now and northern Benton County. So we're still kind of waiting for these cells to move out of the area. We still have an ongoing tornado warning down here just south of Stockton. This is going to be north of Lockwood. So still watching this area as well. It's going to continue to track up here to the northeast and maybe clip down around the Cross Timbers area, maybe southeast Benton County. We'll kind of have to see where this goes. You bet, Rochelle. Poplar Bluff, you guys are going to kind of get into the thick of things down here at Poplar Bluff. You guys are kind of set to have a pretty rough afternoon. So definitely stay weather aware down there, as potential for a severe storm outbreak down there near the Boot Hills. So definitely be paying attention to the changing weather conditions today in Poplar Bluff. Thank you, Joanne. I appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words. Well, I did mention Nevada, and the only reason why I did is because of this. There's a couple cells down there. One of them has a hail core. Now, it's very small. Looks like it's going to track right over Nevada, kind of add insult to injury here, with potential to see some pea-sized hail. It is not severe warned. But I mentioned that because we need to kind of keep an eye on these cells. If they're able to tap into just enough of warm, moist air, just enough to get that thing going, these cells are still spinning. No matter how small they are, they're still spinning. The whole atmosphere is spinning right now. So if it can tap into any better ingredients, a little bit more instability, then we need to watch that over the next few minutes for any strengthening. But like I said, even these little showers and thunder showers up here in Bates County, Mound City, up here in Johnson County, they're spinning, and they're traveling very, very fast. That's why it almost seems like they have tails on them. A lot of these cells look like they got tails on them. It's because they're moving so fast, so radar can't hardly keep up with it. So they are spinning, so we just need to watch and see if they might intensify a little bit. But there's another warning that's likely going to be, let's see what that one is for. We got another tornado warning. Okay, this one here is up here for Sedalia. It does not include Sedalia proper. It looked like that the velocities had maybe increased. Looked like could be right here. Boy, that's a tough one. There we go. That's a little better. So, looks like from this angle, this right here is the area they're concerned about a possible short-lived tornado. I'm not picking up a whole lot on rotational tracks. I'll show you guys what I've got. just a little area of rotation that just popped up over just one update. So within 2 minutes, rotational track ended up just northeast of Sedalia. I am going to go ahead and take the
Fire need a response to the area of Harrison and DCF Road between Harrison and DCF. RP's advising there's a pole just east of Jim Sporting Goods that's been sparking and making noises. Not sparking anymore, but still making a lot of noise. Time guns 906.
So again, we do have a tornado warning right now for just northeast of Sedalia. It does not pertain to Sedalia city limits. It is just to the northeast of Nevada. Let's take a look here real quick.
314 inches, just 906.
So here's 65. You make the big bend. The S-curve. You're on that straightaway. You've got that factory here on the right-hand side. This is just northeast of the factory by about 1.5 miles. There's a stoplight right there. I forgot what factory that is. However, just northeast of that is where that center of circulation is in Pettis County. So definitely be watching that here over the next few minutes. Of course, we got a very strong rotational track, even with some curvature. Looks like just past Arcola. It's still moving to the east, northeast. So that's very likely a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. Very strong rotational track right here. And again, this is going to be just to the east of Arcola, south of Stockton. It's going to be heading up toward Fairplay and 13 Highway, Bolivar. So Smithton, Otterville, I do know we have some members of Subby's Weather Talk in this area. The center of circulation is going to be to your north. So you don't have to worry about this particular cell. There are a couple other cells that are moving across Pettis County. And again, this kind of fired up within 2 minutes, had no rotation. 2 minutes later, it had rotation and tornado warned cell. So these things are spinning like a top. Like I'm telling you guys, they're spinning. So if they can tap into anything, they're going to instantly, they are surface-based storms. So it doesn't take much. And we could have another tornado warning here in Pettis County or with any of these cells right now. So this cell down here in Vernon County, of course, it's just staying just to the north of Nevada. Looks like there's small hail associated with that. It is not warned, but still kind of a robust thunderstorm down there. Yeah, Rose. So it does not, and it did not pertain to Sedalia proper. Had a circulation develop just northeast of Sedalia. So, and the circulation now is well off to the northeast. Let's take a look at the circulation. It's right here. So there's the current rotation. Just northeast of Newland. This is going to be north of Clifton City, northwest of Pleasant Green, and going to be really heading up into pretty rural area. We'll keep watching on that southern flank of that cell. Some stronger winds just on the south side of Sedalia. We'll keep an eye out there as well. And it's really hard. You guys see all of these colors everywhere. Everything is spinning so much. It is, I mean, I'm going cross-eyed looking at these radar images because there's so many different colors. Winds are coming from different directions on all of these little thunder showers. It's wreaking havoc on radar because all of these storms are spinning like a top. But we're trying to do the best we can with what we got. I do have a couple other programs that I'm constantly watching as well. So no, Craig, I wish I could tell you the winds will die down, but unfortunately they're only going to get stronger. So after all these thunderstorms move out, and we might even see the sun pop out, we're going to be looking at temperatures in the mid-70s, and we're going to get a south breeze gusting up to over 40 miles per hour this afternoon. So unfortunately, we're not going to see that wind die down after this front passes. Angela, as long as Sedalia does not get a round 2, there's another round 2 this afternoon. West Central Missouri will likely be out of that round 2. Springfield might be in that round 2. So stay weather aware. So they went ahead and allowed the tornado warning to expire for Pettis County. They just kind of extended it over a county. So right around the Pilot Grove area. That's going to be for northwestern Cooper County until 9:30. So, but Sedalia, Pettis County, you guys are looking pretty good right now. You are not in any warning. So they did allow that tornado warning to expire down around the Stockton area. So as of right now, West Central Missouri is now warning free for, I think, the first time in I don't know how many hours. So hopefully that's going to hold. But right now, all of West Central Missouri, we are not in any kind of warning right now. Nevada, you have a pretty robust thunderstorm. That's right down here. You got a pretty robust thunderstorm that's moving into Nevada. Maybe some small hail, but it is not severe at this time. So out of all the counties in West Central Missouri, probably the heaviest right now is probably going to be here just southeast of Warsaw in Benton County. Maybe some small hail, some very heavy rains, but nothing severe with this cell as of right now. So we take a look at velocity. and seeing very broad rotation, but not picking up anything. Not picking up anything of note with that cell. Oh. Well, guys, at one point in time, we did hit our record for most viewers on all the live streams. So it's flashing red here under the number of viewers, and that happened about 45 minutes ago. And we had over 8,000 people in our live streams. So that's incredible. We were able to get all the warnings out to so many people. And, of course, a lot of thanks go to Radford Media Group, allowing me to be able to put out all this information on their platforms, as well as our three sponsors of our Storm Track weather segment. Of course, Max Motors, Clayton Hartfeld Home Care, and our Family Safe Storm Shelter out of Republic, Missouri. Can't thank them enough. They're actually the ones that pay my salary. So definitely appreciate them sponsoring this to be able to get all of this information out there to you guys. We had a lot of information we pushed out in a very short amount of time. So appreciate everybody sending in the report. That was fantastic. So yeah, very happy with being able to push out all of that information. We got a couple early warnings out earlier today. Give people an extra 4 or 5 minutes to take their tornado precautions. And even though that don't sound like a lot, 4 or 5 minutes could be a life or death situation. So we had a tornado emergency just east of Butler in Bates County. It moved on over into Henry County. We had confirmation of a tornado on the ground. So busy morning. So yeah, I'm very happy with the number of people we reached today. So that's fantastic. Thank you, Jana. Michelle mentioned very little coverage from Springfield. And that's one of the main reasons why we set this up here a few years ago. And that's because we've got a row of counties that are on the southern end of Pleasant Hill reporting area. And we have a row of counties just on the north side of Springfield National Weather Service reporting area. So a lot of times those counties kind of get left behind when all heck break loose. So we needed something so that we could get together, do live segments, and really concentrate on those 8 counties right here in west central Missouri. And of course, through the last couple of years, we've gotten a lot of followers from all over the central part of the United States. And when there's not a whole lot going on in west central Missouri, sure, I'll take a look at, down in Arkansas or Illinois, but and I'll give them the best reading that I can. But for the most part, we're concentrated right here in west central Missouri. So to be able to get 8,000 people in live streams. Right now, we still have close to 1,000 people in our live streams right now, and most of the severe weather has finally moved off to the east. So very thankful we're able to get out to that many people. That makes it more important for everybody to give a thumbs up, like the video, subscribe to the channel, like the video on YouTube. Because of their algorithms, the more likes we get on videos, the more apt that we will just pop up in people's streams. So if I'm sitting at home, turning on YouTube, and all of a sudden I see Subby's Weather Talk live weather coverage, well, what's that? Click on it. We can get more information out to people. So make sure you guys like those videos. I would appreciate it. It doesn't cost anything. Just give it a like. I'd appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to have to get a nap in at some point in time today. So I'm still kind of hanging around. I kind of want to see what this cell down here in Vernon County does. It's going to be moving into St. Clair County here pretty quickly. Just kind of want to see what this cell is going to do, and then if it continues to maybe weaken or push on off to the east, then we'll probably pretty well done for the day. As we see some of these showers and thunder showers, they're really kind of falling apart, and we've worked over this area very much so here in west central Missouri. So we've had 2-3 rounds of severe weather moving through the same areas. So it's really worked over. The atmosphere has really worked over. So I'm not expecting much of any more severe weather here in west central Missouri this morning. No, Melissa, I really think we are probably pretty much done with the severe threat for today. There is going to be a high risk down here in the Boot Hill. That's going to happen this afternoon. But I think we're going to be out of that area. But we are going to be getting into an active stretch over the next few days with rain chances, thunder shower chances. But the threat of severe weather through the weekend, it's just not looking like we're going to get any severe weather. Just good, welcoming rains and thunder showers through Sunday. Oh, great, Mark. And that just kind of, Mark just mentioned that he just happened to get on YouTube and found our stream. And then he subscribed. And then at 3:30 this morning in Hartford, Kansas, a storm came and you popped up on YouTube again. So, that's the reason, guys. The more likes we get, the more chances we can actually reach people that might need to hear of a strong cell or a strong storm in their area. So, thank you, Jenna. Appreciate that very much. Valerie, I'm not sure exactly where you're at. The second wave, that was the second wave. We had a first wave come in last night around 10 to 11 o'clock. This was our second wave for west central Missouri. Now, there is going to be this line is going to continue to push off to the southeast, and there's going to be another resurgence of severe weather this afternoon down here in southeast Missouri and down in the Boot Hill, where they've got a moderate to high risk of severe storms right down here in the Boot Hill this afternoon. But west central Missouri is pretty much going to be out of that risk once this line completely gets out of our area. What's going on with Pettis County? Actually, nothing's going on in Pettis County right now. So everybody here in west central Missouri is pretty much in the clear. There's no warnings going on. Now, there's still a tornado watch for the next, 38 minutes. But I'm not seeing anything that we really have to worry about. I am still sticking around watching this little cluster of storm down here in Vernon County have some small hail with it. I am not expecting that to grow into anything, but nonetheless, I kind of want to stick around and just watch this cell for a little bit, because the conditions that we were in earlier, guys, every cell was rotating. So you pretty much had to be on top of the game to try to find any circulations, and they were just popping up one after another. So it was very volatile there for about 45 minutes this morning, but we're going to be getting out, looking at some surveys around the county, seeing if there was any damage, taking some pictures after these storms move out of our area. I don't, Devin. I don't expect anything to happen with this cluster of storms. I really don't. It did have some small hail as it came through Vernon County, but like I said, the atmosphere is totally worked over right now because of all the storms. All the energy is out of the air, so I don't expect anything more here in West Central Missouri. About the only thing, maybe with this cell, you might get some small, maybe pea-sized hail, possibly, with the strongest part of this cell. But other than that, that's all I'm expecting. You bet, Kayla. No problem. B Highway just outside of Green Ridge is closed, Misty. Is that due to high water or a pole over the road or what? Hi, Lauren. Hickory County. Collins and Humansville. Yeah, they seem to be in the clear. However, down around Wheatland, Hermitage, Cross Timbers, down around Urbana, they're off the 65. Still a pretty strong storm. Kind of watching moving through that county. But as far as the towns you gave me, Collins, Wablo, Humansville, you're kind of behind that line, so yeah, you ought to be in pretty good shape. Boonville.
Just for information, the station was shed, not trailer. 10-4, we were discussing that earlier today. I'll be around Portland.
A little bit of rotation up here in Boonville. Of course, we're kind of getting far away from the radar site, but right now they don't have any warning ongoing right now near Boonville. Not sure exactly why they would be setting off the sirens in Boonville. National Weather Service does not have a warning right now out for Cooper County. So they should not be sounding the sirens right now. There is no all clear to the outdoor sirens. You know, many, many years ago, sirens would go off, say 3 times, and then once the storm passes, it would go out maybe another. Okay, that's going to be for that one, probably in Nevada, probably. No. That's for this line of storms right here, guys, is what that's for. This cluster down here, Wheatland, Hermitage, Cross Timbers, moving to the northeast. It's going to clip the eastern side of Benton County. It's a big one. It's for Hickory County, northern Dallas, eastern Benton, northern Polk, western Camden, southern Morgan County. So again, that's for this line of storm from Stover all the way down across Timbers, Wheatland, Hermitage, and down just east of Flemington. So, and again, this is going to be for the possibility of seeing quarter-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Gina. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. So again, likely having this cluster of storms right down here near Hermitage. It's going to be moving northeast, and it's going to be clipping the eastern side of Benton County. Of course, that's going to include Lakeview Heights. That's also going to include the Big Buffalo Reservation, Boyers Mill, Riverview, Hastane, Majorville, Edwards, Fristow, Nobby, and Walker's Corner. So remember, these cells are moving to the northeast like this. So it's going to come up through eastern side of Pettis County. You bet, Cheryl. So, guys, if you were waiting to get into our group, I just now approved everybody. We had 387 people waiting to get into Subby's Weather Talk. I appreciate you guys sharing that out. Of course, did have to... that was kind of during when we had all those warnings. That's one of the last things that I check, is seeing if anybody is wanting to get into the group. We were kind of in the thick of things there, so I do apologize. Hopefully everybody got in that they wanted to get in. So we do have picture from Storm Chaser Andy Hicks, Bates County. I'll show you guys. There was twins in Bates County. We were looking at two different circulations in Bates County earlier today, and there were two circulations. And Andy actually caught one of the twins on camera. And you can actually see, let me put the outline so you can see a little bit better. You can see the outline of the cone. Just like that. So, possibility, maybe, I don't know if that's raindrop, that could be debris. Some dirt, debris being picked up from the surface, but definitely had a great shot from Andy of this one in Bates County. So thank you very much for showing that to us, Andy. Appreciate that. So this is not in Benton County. This is down just south of Hermitage, just east of Elkton. I'm not real familiar. There's Elkton, just east here, right around Pittsburgh, Pomme de Terre Lake. There is some rotation tracks on this. It's likely coming from this hail core, this purple area right now, but I'm keeping a close eye on that particular cell right now. Just some very strong returns on radar up here in eastern Benton County. Some heavy rain, maybe some pea-sized hail up here in eastern Benton County. But definitely keeping an eye on this area here just to the east of Elkton. This is just south of Hermitage. He'll be moving on up toward Climax Springs, Max Creek area, Urbana, right along that 65 highway corridor. Thank you, Jess. I appreciate that. Share that stream. Absolutely. As long as we get word out, that's the number one goal, is to get that word out. Yeah, I think Appleton City is in good shape right now, Lauren. Right down here, we do have some showers and some thunder showers that is ongoing in St. Clair County. Not expecting them to be severe. Also for Henry County, there's a little cell just northwest of Clinton right now. Came across 7 Highway. And again, not expecting these to be severe. We do have, of course, a strong cell right over Hermitage, almost just to the east of Hermitage. We also have just southeast of Coal Camp. It's going to be heading over to Versailles and Stover area. Probably have some maybe nickel to dime size hail over there. We do have a new tornado warning up here near Fayette. And of course, if anybody has any students that go to University Central Methodist, that is where they are housed at Fayette. They are under a tornado warning. It is radar indicated. It is not confirmed, but definitely Fayette is under the gun for a tornado warning right now. So hopefully we just have a few more minutes left. Get these cells out of Benton County, out of Hickory County, and I think we should start quieting down a little bit here in west central Missouri. You bet, Barb. Take a look real quick at good old Lakeview Heights. So yeah, you're right here at Lakeview Heights right here. So we've got these storms moving up from your southwest to your northeast. So most of this is going to be bypassing you here probably in the next 15-20 minutes. You're still going to get some torrential rain just to your southwest right here. It's going to be moving into Lakeview Heights, but maybe some pea-sized hail. But after that, you ought to be in pretty good shape, Barb. So still watching this circulation down here. It is not in Benton County. This is actually just south of Cross Timbers. It's going to be coming across 65 highway, kind of in between Cross Timbers and Urbana on 65. So it's kind of broad right now, but given what the conditions are out there along this line, definitely worth kind of keeping an eye on right now. But for the most part, the circulations have pretty much moved out of Benton County. Just leftover heavy rain and a couple claps of thunder is all that's left in eastern Benton County. So still kind of watching again this little circulation down here near Urbana all along Highway 65. That very well might have, Misty, as you know, that's when that was this cell here. Likely. Let's take a look here. Yeah, that was probably right during this time right here. That was about 9:30, so probably about 15-20 minutes ago. Yeah, probably a little longer, about 20 minutes ago. Is probably what that was. Oh, Michelle's about 2 miles to Lakeview Heights. Those are my old stomping grounds. That's where my daddy-o was born, Lakeview Heights. Well, I think he was born in Kansas City. That's where he grew up at, in Lakeview Heights. That's where his parents lived. Spent many summers down there at Lakeview Heights. Bolivar along 13 Highway. You guys are getting to get some pea-sized hail as well here very soon. Yeah, I know. I was just looking. I thought I was hearing something. Then I came up here and seen that cell right on top of Clinton. Hi, Kyra. You still need to stay weather aware up there in Columbia. Probably for about the next hour or so. It's going to take a little bit longer for these storms to get out of your area. Maybe even a little bit longer than that, because all of these storms down here are actually moving your direction. If we put that into play, you notice they're all going to be moving northeast. And they're actually kind of going into a little bit better environment right along this front. So you get a little extra lifting. That's the reason why we're starting to see a few of these storms pop off up here around this front that you see draped across here. So we probably have a little bit of a wind shift line. You have a little bit more instability. So definitely want to stay weather aware for probably at least the next hour or better there in Columbia. Oh, that's awesome, Allison. So we just gave a weather seminar on tornado safety at Leeton Elementary School with a bunch of fourth graders. And of course, right when they got to school, the teacher, Mrs. Tribble, had to rush them down into the basement at the school. And she had mentioned, of course, that they had their safe spots and they had their eyes glued on her because she knew she was listening to me and to give updates. So Very good. She's very, very proud of him. I am too. You make sure you tell him I'm proud of him. Hi, Michelle. How do I send a picture of it just raining? We are on Lake of the Ozarks. You want to send a picture? If you want to send a picture, you can go over to Subby's Weather Talk group, or you can just go right there on Subby's Weather Talk West Central Missouri advisory page, and you can. You're not going to be able to post there because that is actually a page. You can't post on that. But go to Subby's Weather Talk group. We have several thousand people in it, and you are able to post pictures there. Good morning, Desiree. You bet, Debbie. So really, there in Benton County, you do have some rain and thunder showers that are still left over coming through the eastern part of Benton County. But really, Desiree, the severe threat is pretty much over for Benton County. And outside of just a few showers, residual showers, I'm not expecting any more severe weather for Benton County for today. Fayette, Missouri is what I was referring to earlier, Debbie. Fayette up here off of I-70 where Central Methodist College is at. So I'm going to share this with you guys. This was actually I might let me look here. So seeing some horrible damage coming out of Nevada, guys. I don't want to share this without permission, so I will not show that. But we have a bunch of damage. There is a bunch of damage in Nevada. Picture after picture. So definitely probably looked like at least lots of damage. Lots of thoughts and prayers need to go out those down in Nevada. There were houses that were hit. Doesn't look like there's anything left of the houses. So we are talking some pretty massive damage down in Nevada. So today, definitely recommend if you have any friends, family down in southwest or southeast Missouri. You guys have probably seen him on a couple of our streams here. So Storm Chaser Matt Jones. You can, he is actually out and about this morning. He is giving updates for southwest Missouri, southeast Missouri. So he is going to be out there today. So make sure you give him a follow and you can stay up to date what's going on down there with 417 Chasers. So 417 Chasers. So they're pretty large team down in the Springfield area. They have about 26,000 followers. So definitely a page you guys might want to check out for Southwest and Southeast Missouri. Yeah, Justin, you got hit hard. So I did end up doing a I did see some video pictures that was sent over to me from Nevada, and again, I do not want to share those videos. That has a lot of personal belonging, people's houses that were completely destroyed. I did not want to share that without their consent. But please keep Nevada in your thoughts and prayers, as they have suffered some really serious damage down in the eastern side of Nevada. Yeah, Justin, that was confirmed. It had a debris signature. It was confirmed by the National Weather Service based on radar and debris signature. And then, of course, after I seen all that damage, houses are completely destroyed. Trees uprooted. It's a mess down there right now. So, yeah, definitely confirmed in Nevada. Okay, so Bates County also just mentioned that all of their assets in Bates County have been deployed to Vernon County to assist in a tornado recovery. Please pray for the community, as there's been a lot of damage, but by the grace of God, no fatalities so far. Our staff responded within minutes of the tornado being confirmed with damage on the ground. So another great thing Bates County doing over there. We appreciate them helping out Vernon County. They help out all the communities around Bates County. So very proud of the Bates County Sheriff's Department, and proud of our Henry County Sheriff's Department. They're doing a fabulous job reworking the entire community. So very proud of law enforcement here, of course, over the last few weeks with our severe weather, and how they're really reaching out to the communities. So great job, Bates County Sheriff's Department. So KY3 just posted some on their website. I shared the link on Subby's Weather Talk group if you guys want to go over there. And they do have a link to their website. You can go on there. Hopefully they have more pictures and video like what I seen. But if anybody wants to go over and see some of the damage in Nevada, I did post that there in my in Subby's Weather Talk in our Facebook group. Oh, it looked like Rick Mays actually posted that in Subby's Weather Talk as well. So, thank you, Rick, for doing that. Stephanie, this is our first tornado warning. We are originally from California, California. Oh, my. Welcome. Welcome to Clinton. Oh, nothing like rolling out the red carpet to you, Stephanie. So, Henry County, we're fine for the rest of the day. I'm not expecting any more severe weather. The better ingredients have now pushed off to the east. So, I think everybody can take a breather right now. There are still some thunder showers up here, thunderstorms in the northern half of Benton County, southern half of Pettis County. They are moving off to the northeast at a pretty good clip, so don't expect these to be severe. The atmosphere is really worked over, and there's a slight chance of shower activity, maybe a thunderstorm this afternoon. We do have a surface boundary set up right on top of us. If you guys can see this this kind of dashed brown line right here. So that's what's called a surface boundary. So I don't know if I could bring that up or not. Let me look here. Yeah, it kind of shows it pretty good. So I'm going to bring this over. Hopefully you guys can make a little bit of sense out of this. I kind of know what I'm looking at, but so basically what a surface boundary is after the storms move through, it sets up kind of some dominant winds. So if you notice, we have winds coming out of the south, southwest, and if you look, you notice there's some winds mainly coming more southeasterly, if that makes sense. So we got south winds here, south, southeast, and then we got, south, southwest winds, and over here we have west, southwest winds. And so there ends up being like a surface boundary that gets draped over this area. Now I'm going to have to wait and see as we go into the afternoon. Sometimes thunderstorms like to fire up on that boundary. So again, we're just going to have to wait till this afternoon. We're going to probably clear out. We're going to be in the middle 70s. So we'll just have to see how this interacts with this afternoon's weather. But for now, all of West Central Missouri, I believe, is in the clear for the time being. So I tell you what I am going to do. I appreciate everybody for joining the stream. As I said, we hit a new record today. At one point in time, over 7 streams, we had 8,000 people watching at the same time. I couldn't tell you for how long, but I did get a notification. We hit 8,218 people at one time. So that is huge, guys. And a lot of that, I owe that to you guys. You guys were sharing the heck out of the stream throughout the morning. So hopefully we were able to get that information out to everybody. and who knows, times like this, down in Nevada, we were screaming and hollering for everybody to take cover down in Nevada. We were screaming and hollering everybody over in Butler and Ballard to take cover. That's what we have to do to make sure everybody is safe. We had the weather radio go off for a couple of the warnings, and then it went down right in the middle of the most important times this morning. So again, that just goes to show you have to have multiple means to be able to get warnings and watches. Even me. I mean, I have Storm Shield on my phone, and I keep Storm Shield on my phone because I'm not in front of a radar every minute of the day, although sometimes it seems like it. But I have those apps on the phones too to warn me if I am out and about. So very important. Weather radios, they are a lifesaver, but they have to work. And hopefully the National Weather Service can figure out why these are having so much problems obtaining signals. So for our next round of severe weather, I think we're good through the weekend, guys. And we are going to have a very wet pattern. We're going to be looking at multiple days of rain and thunder showers, but no severe weather through the weekend the way it looks right now. I am going to be watching this outflow boundary for the potential of any more thunderstorms, mainly later on, early afternoon, if it can fire up along that outflow boundary. The atmosphere is really worked up right now, guys. We've just had several hours of thunderstorms go through our area, but rest assured, I'm not going to be taking a nap and going to sleep and forget about you guys. I've got lots to do today, so I will be constantly monitoring radar, and there'll be time for me to catch up on sleep later on. So I think I'm going to go ahead. My audio is cutting out. Thank you, Vicky. So I am going to go ahead. We've been live streaming now for almost 9 hours today. So I am going to go ahead and call this good for now. I will continue to update in Subby's Weather Talk Facebook page and our social media accounts, as well as Radford Media Group, 95.3 KDKD radio station. And again, a big thanks to our sponsors of this Storm Track weather segment by Family Safe Storm Shelters in Republic, Missouri, Clayton's Heartfelt, Home Care, and of course, Max Motors right here in Clinton. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring the stream. They're the ones that pay my salary. I couldn't do it without them. Thank you so much. Give me an opportunity to get the word out there to so many people. So if anybody has any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll try to answer your questions, guys. I have so many messages out there. I'm gonna try to try to get everybody answered. If it's something for later on today, if it's something about what happened earlier, I'll likely won't respond back to you. Don't think that I don't like you. It's just I have so many messages. Couldn't even tell you a number right now. So I will try to answer as many as I can as the day goes on today. So thank you guys so much. Stay weather aware through the afternoon. I'll continue to give you guys updates, and we'll be talking to you all soon.